Wanji Mali Budja. Hello, welcome to Swan Country, and the City of Swan acknowledges the traditional custodians of this region, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and their continuing connection to the land, waters and community. We pay our respects to their elders past and present and their descendants. Item 2 is the disclaimer. The City of Swan disclaims any liability for any loss arising from any person or body relying on any statement, discussion, recommendation or decision made during this meeting. Where an application for an approval, a licence or the like is considered or determined during this meeting, the City warns that neither the applicant nor any other person or body should rely upon that discussion or determination until written notice of either an approval and the conditions which relate to it or the refusal of the application has been issued by the City. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed and the recording will be archived and made available on the Council's website after the meeting. If you choose to participate in the meeting during public question time and public statement time, it is assumed your consent is given for the audio to be recorded. Please keep your comments respectful to the Council and other members of the community. Visual images of the public will not be captured. The conditions of entry is no electronic, visual or audio recording or transmitting device or instrument is permitted to be used. A person who breaches this provision of the City of Swan Meeting Procedures Local Law 2019 will be required to immediately leave the premises. Item 3 is attendance and apologies, and there's an apology from Councillor Jones for this evening's meeting. Item 4, declarations of financial proximity or interest of impartiality. Mr CEO.
Mr Mayor, we have no further declarations of interest.
I had a declaration. It's exactly the same as Councillor Parry's. I'm not sure whether you've received that, but I am a member of the Swan Leisure Centre, and in accordance I'll fill out the appropriate form. It's in relation to Councillor McCulloch's notice of motion on women's wellness sessions, item C 1.8. and I'll hand that in directly.
Mr Mayor, if I can, just through you, we just have an additional one that's been brought to my attention from Councillor Howlett, declared an impartiality interest in item 4.1, which was the consideration of submissions, amendment number 190 to the local planning scheme number 17, which was reclassification of land on Diana Crescent and Kerwin Way Lockwich from local reserve recreation to public purposes, Water Corporation and special use, as she is a deputy member of the City of Swan Community Care Services Advisory Group, and Councillor Predovnik for an impartiality in item 5.4, the Midland Men's Shed Workshed.
Thank you. Any others from the floor, councillors? Then we go to item 5, public question time. Questions and answers are recorded in the minutes of the meeting and may be summarised in accordance with the local government administration regulations. Questions and answers marked with an asterisk have been amended either for the purpose of summarising, that is removing preambles or statements, or for editing. 5.1, answers to questions which were taken on notice, and those were included in the agenda, including those from Mr Gavin Troy. Item 5.2, questions relating to reports contained in the agenda, and item 5.21, questions of which due notice has been given. There were nil. 5.22, questions without due notice, and I believe Mr Ron Carey is present to ask some questions. Mr Carey, are you in the gallery? Thank you. If you can come to the microphone, to push the speak button and ask your question, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I ask questions, 3 questions in relation to 4.1 on tonight's agenda, that being the proposal to amend the Scheme 90 of Local Planning Scheme number 17. My first question is, if I may, through you, to Mr Van der Linde or Mr Russell, can you confirm that the proposal put forward on this matter this evening relates to the rezoning of the land in question from local reserve recreation to public purpose, Water Corporation of special use, and that certain conditions have been included in the officer's recommendation that will need to be considered and addressed by Council if and when any future development application to build on this site is lodged with the City of Swan?
Mr Russell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I can confirm that is correct.
Next question. Thank you, Mr Carey.
In proposing this scheme amendment, has anyone in authority, example, the current owners or anyone acting for the owners of the site, namely the state government or any official employed by the City of Swan, suggested or proposed that there would be a 400-bed residential aged care facility built on this site if the application to rezone the land is approved this evening, or such, and that there would be a building would stand 4 stories high as seen from the Rocha Park playing fields?
Mr Russell.
Through you, Mr Mayor, no, not to the best of my knowledge has anyone suggested that at all.
Thank you. And the final question, Mr Mayor, with your permission, would it be reasonable to suggest that a residential aged care facility, especially after dark and outside normal visiting hours, could be described as being a quiet and passive operation?
Mr Russell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In my experience of aged care facilities, yes, after hours they're generally quiet and passive.
Thank you. Are there any other members in the gallery who would like to ask a question on items on the agenda? Being no further questions, we move to item 5.3 and 5.3.1, questions of which due notice has been given, and there is a number of questions from Ms Kerry and Mr Jeff Blinko. They have been answered. They're in the running sheet, councillors, and those questions and answers will be in the minutes when published. Section 5.3.2, questions without due notice. I had a question from Ms Anne Ashman. Is Ms Ashman in the audience? Ms Ashman asked 2 questions. However, my response is that Council cannot consider, she wanted to move a motion tonight, but Council cannot consider a motion tonight as is not listed in the agenda, and the notice requirements for a notice of motion have not been met. Notice of motion must relate to the good governance of a person or the district, and a decision on whether this matter falls within the definition would need to be made. And I have a question. Is Mr Sam Anthanassis in the audience? No? Well, then he can't ask his question if he's not here. Moving to item 6, public statement time. For public registration for public statement at the time the council meeting was required by 10 a.m. on the day of the meeting, and currently I have a number of people wishing to make a public statement, and the first public statement is item 6.1, Ms Christine Hughes, on the subject of conservation of the city's heritage assets. Thank you, Ms Hughes. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A couple of weeks ago I became aware that the city was intending to do what the officer described as routine maintenance on the floors on 2 heritage buildings in Guildford. Now, given the city has a number of heritage buildings in its care and its custody, the issue I want to raise actually goes much further afield than Guildford, and certainly Upper Swan and Midland come to mind. I understand from the officer that the proposal was to sand and oil part of the Guildford Library and to sand and polyurethane the courthouse floor. The officer also told me that the older of the 2, the courthouse, has in fact been part of an annual program to sand and polyurethane for some years, but she couldn't actually tell me how many. With regard to my questions about why you would sand the library floor, given that you're oiling it, the officer acknowledged that oil has a colour build-up and that the object would be to reduce the colour before re-oiling. Now, obviously, oil seeps into timber. That's what it's intended to do. And if you sand it in order to get rid of colour build-up, you are taking 1 to maybe 3 millimetres of timber out of the building. To sand and polyurethane has exactly the same effect. You thin the boards. I've had a look at a number of very credible publications in the UK, substantially in the UK, because they have such a lot of experience with these things, if you watch Escape to the Country, and of course here as well. There's a few absolute no-nos. The first one is you never ever sand a heritage floor with a mechanical sander, ever. You never put polyurethane on a heritage floor. You don't use water, you use a damp mop and you dry it quickly. One of the reasons, or there are a couple of reasons why you never put a sander near a heritage floor, but one of them is that timber breathes, and anybody who lives in an older house knows that in winter a door will start to stick. It'll be hard to open and close, and in summer it frees itself up again. Polyurethane, of course, prevents timber breathing. The other thing that sanding does, apart from self-evidently thinning boards over time, is it removes the patination, and that is the marks of history. So it can be the crosscut of a saw that might have been used in 1870 when those boards were milled.
Thank you, Mr. Have you got much to go? Because you've had over 2 minutes.
No, I'll be really quick.
I'll give you another 30 seconds.
Okay, so look, we've got lots of examples. Woodbridge House, King's Cottage, St Matthews, which are just oiled or beeswaxed. That's what we've done for more than 130 years. Please do not sand any of the floors. Get a conservator of the fabric to advise you as a one-off before you do anything. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person giving a public statement is Ms Smadar Turner in relation to Eastlink project. Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Councillor, this is not the first time you've heard of Eastlink, and I dare say it's not the last time. I thought this time we'll give you a few numbers. First of all, if you look at the Great Eastern Highway, at the start of it, at Greenmount, there are 35,000 vehicles that drive past daily. By the time you get to Northam, it's about 2,500. Out of them, only 600, give or take, are trucks, which means that the majority of traffic is local. Therefore, a bypass is not going to help the problems of that road. It's not going to help the safety or the congestion, but that is the problem of the Shire of Mundaring and of the City of Swan. The 2J road, on the other hand, only have 19,000 vehicles on it daily. And even if you take into account a 60% growth, you still don't get to the 35 that will be what a road the size of the Great Eastern can take. So there is no traffic to divert, and there's no local need for this road. So what might the City of Swan gain? It will open the area for development. And if we look around here, what is development? Development means concrete, tarmac, and for that area it might actually mean mining. And now if I'll remind you of a few facts. The people who live up in the hills and live around Janebrook are people who chose a more rural lifestyle, people who do not like the concrete, the tarmac, and the mining. And the environment. We are finally at the stage that most people acknowledge that there is a problem with the climate change. And just the road itself will take about 680 hectares, and that's not taking into account the destruction of the wetlands that are next to the Reed and Roe highways. And that's also not taking into account the destruction that will follow from the developments that will come, because that will be extensive. So these kinds of developments, if it's the roads or what will follow, does no longer align to the community values we have today, maybe 30, 40 years ago, but not today. And progress does not have to equal environmental destruction.
Thank you. That's your 2 minutes. Have you got much to say?
2 lines.
If you could say that, and then could I encourage you to email your statement to all councillors so we can further consider it.
Thank you.
So please finish.
I ask you to take ownership of the developments that are planned for this city, to say no to destructive developments, and to withdraw the city's support from the Eastlink project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you. The next speaker is 6.3, Mr Alan Rogers, in relation to item 3.3, Allenbrook and Vines Security Patrol Survey. Mr Rogers is not here. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. There's been a change in the person making the public statement. 6.4 will now be Mr Robert Sills in relation to item C1.9, the Lloyd Street Bridge. Thank you, Mr Sills. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, councillors and staff. My statement tonight, I'd just like to thank the Mayor for his statement outside the chambers. And I'd like to clarify that the Helena River Alliance is not against the bridge per se. We simply want a better design, less destructive bridge design, and one that allows the water to flow beneath it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person giving a deputation is Ms Francesca Flynn, also on the same item, C1.9. Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes. If you just turn the speak button on.
Oh, true. Thank
you.
Thank you. I'm going to read off my phone so I get everything in. I don't know how many of you have visited the Helena and will tonight be deciding on its future. It is a magical hidden oasis where time has stood still. There are caves, billabongs, turtles and trees over 200 years old. It is a miracle that it has survived. I recently walked the site with Noongar friends and my heart broke as they cried for the devastation. One of these people, a respected Noongar elder, has wrote to you all pleading you to better protect Mandoon. I urge you all to listen carefully, or ni in Noongar, to what he said. This bridge has Section 18 approval, the same that allowed the destruction of Juukan Gorge, another Aboriginal registered heritage site just the same as the Helena. The state want to prevent a similar disaster. They released their Cultural Heritage Protection Bill today, yet they don't seem to recognise that this is a disaster in the making. To most Noongar people, the approval is irrelevant and they do not want a bridge. Now, realistically, we all know that a bridge will be built irrespective of what the traditional owners want. It has full government support and there should be no confusion. The government will make sure that this bridge is built. Minister Saffioti and Ken Wyatt have both confirmed last week that funding is secure whilst the redesign is undertaken. Now, this design is ongoing with no end in sight. This morning, hot off the press, Main Roads issued updates, including modelling a similar footprint that would save around 20 trees. They do not know how the floodplain will behave, and they need to conduct long-term monitoring to make sure the bridge doesn't sink. Imagine the cost. There is no schedule for construction, except not for quite some time, and that's a quote, so there is no time frame, so how can there be delays? The bridge is still under design, it won't be built for a long time, and the funding is secure. So then I ask you all today, if you don't vote with Councillor Catalano, how are you going to justify clearing a registered Aboriginal heritage site and burying it with fill whilst the bridge is still being designed? Each of you might face this question in your future, and it is your responsibility to understand the implications of your decision. Stopping the clearing won't stop the bridge. It just means less destruction, less disrespect to the Noongar community, and a better design for the Midland community. Why would anyone needlessly destroy a wetland without design or schedule? It just seems like madness. The City of Swan is just about to release its RAP, so please, councillors, stand strong by the RAP. Walk the walk, don't just talk the talk. Make it a positive story, work with the Noongar community, create a brilliant bridge design, enhance public open space in Midland, incorporate culture and make us all proud.
Have you got long to go?
2 points, thank you. Please show that you respect the Noongar owners of this land. This is their budget. Please show that you care about our environment and our heritage. Midland has few areas like Mandoon left, and our community deserves better. As our councillors, you are the people we rely on to stand up for the community. It is your responsibility to think and act for the community tonight, so please act wisely for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Ms Mariana Stempel. Well, I did, but obviously you couldn't hear over the applause.
Yeah, that's because she gave such a great speech.
Well, that's fine, but we've got a lot to get through tonight. So
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So I would start with saying that you all here tonight have a lot of reason to support the motion of Councillor Jennifer Catalano. The one thing you need to know tonight is that this bridge with this design does not have a development permit yet. The regulators are still discussing on it, so the bridge is a moot point in terms of how we're going to get it. It does not have a development permit. We all have told that there were 4 reasons why this rethink of the design was not possible, and now all those reasons have become moot. There is still a bit of a confusion in terms of who owns the bridge, but tonight this project is still your project. Tonight you still have the power to ask for a redesign, and regardless of who is the ultimate owners, you have the duty of care. It's still yours, it will always be yours, to make sure that this bridge is not destructive, is appropriate to environment and local community, and is appropriate for the times. We were told many times that the redesign is not possible because the TOs accepted the 1 in 6 better design, and any deviation from that would trigger a new approval. Guess what? Main Roads told us all that that design has been changed, the slope has been changed, and there has been no additional consultation. How does that square up? Costs. We kept on hearing that we need more money, there is no money for a redesign. Well, the Mayor informed us today that Minister Saffioti has stated that The bridge is significantly above the budget, but the state government will ensure there will be sufficient fundings for it. So I ask you, what costs more, $40 million more? What costs more, $40 million plus significantly more money, or $40 million plus tens of millions, as the low-impact bridge has been estimated to cost? Bottom line, the money is there. Delays, in the words of the City of Swan CEO, the final design will take some time to complete because there has to be preloading of the wetland to see how mud reacts under load. How long is some time? Well, everybody's guess. 6 months, a year, 2 years, who knows? Why don't we use this time to get a better design, redesign it, get new consultation?
Thank you.
Listen to your people.
Have you got much to say?
2 sentences.
Thank you.
The closing sentence. So, why I ask, Mayor, I ask this question of you. Why can you not lobby for a better bridge? You clearly have the connections to ask for substantially more money. You surely have the connection to get tens of millions of dollars over the 40 millions. Why cannot we wait some time and a bit more to get a better design? Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on the last speaker, Ms. Vanessa Carugna. Thank you, Vanessa. You have 2 minutes.
Firstly, I acknowledge my place in this land with my people and my dreaming. Kaya, Mr Mayor, Councillor Lucas, Councillor staff, thank you for the opportunity for me to speak today. I am a Swan River traditional owner woman. My connection to the Lena River is ancestral and spiritual. I am the daughter of elder and senior man, Swan River man Albert Corona, who is now deceased. I am also a direct descendant of Yagan and Midjiguru. My grandmother was born by the river in 1898. Mayor Lucas, I welcome your respect for our lands and all the councillors for their tireless work in fostering good relationships with our country and communities. Each waterway running through our budget is our life force, and each waterway should be treated with the utmost respect for our culture. The turtles are my family. They are our family totem. They live in the Helena River at the very place we speak of today to the council. My totems are a gift from our dreaming. The dreaming is stronger in the presence of water. This place represents my spirit, and I am one with it, and it is one with me. I was consulted on this place, and I spoke the same words which I heard my father speak many years before me at this site, and he said that the Lena River is important and should be cared for and protected. Midjiguru was noted to be camping at this river. It was also the last place Midjiguru walked in his freedom before being wrongly accused by colonial settlers and being demised by a firing squad. We need our people to listen to us. We need our community to listen to us. This is our dreaming. It is important to us. All who live on our ancient lands today are now part of the dreaming. We must honour the dreaming and allow country to have places to be natural and to breathe so we can carry on our religious relationships with land and continually share our culture with our children and with the communities who we now share our country with. In the spirit of reconciliation and in the spirit of healing the land, I ask for this project to stop. We need time to listen and speak. We need time for understanding all the people involved. If my dad was here, standing right here beside me today, he would say, this is our mort, our family, our country, and we need to care for what we have left. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor McCulloch, have you got something to say?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I advise this meeting that a complaint was made to the Local Government Standards Panel in which it was alleged that I did contravene the Local Government Rules of Conduct Regulations 2007 WA when I asked Councillor Ian Johnson various questions in respect to his conduct towards a member of the public. The panel found that I breached Regulation 7(1)B of the said regulations. I accept that I should not have asked the relevant questions in a manner which had implied he had acted improperly. I now apologise to Councillor Ian Johnson, my fellow councillors and the public.
Thank you, Councillor McCulloch. That takes us to item 7, councillors' petitions. Are there any members in the public tabling a petition or to make a statement? if the gentleman at the back with his hand raised come to the podium, if you could state your name, read out the preamble to the petition, and then tell us how many petitioners have signed it, and then hand it in, please.
My name's Phil Cloran, and this petition is from the Midland Society. To the City of Swan, Mayor David Lucas and the CEO, we, the undersigned, request Council amends the Midland Oval Redevelopment Master Plan to keep all of the heritage buildings in any future redevelopment of the site. So I've got hard copy, 150 signatures. There's a change.org with 573 signatures, so it's a total of 729. Yeah, I think that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Cloran. I'll just have a staff member to come and take that. And we need a Councillor Catalano. I'll just need a recommendation. I'll need a move and a second that petition be accepted and go to the CEO for a further report. Move Councillor Parry, seconded Councillor Zanino. Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare it carried. There's a further petition containing approximately 150 signatures requesting the City not to change the zoning of land as per item 4.1, consideration, submissions, amendment to number 190 in local planning scheme number 17, reclassify land on Diana Crescent and Kerwin Way, Lockridge from local reserve recreation to public purposes. And I believe there's an additional 33 signatures submitted tonight. Is that the item you want to speak to?
No, I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. So I'm also looking for a recommendation to receive that, councillors, and that will be considered as part of the notice of motion tonight, or the item number. Thank you. So move Councillor Parry, seconded Councillor Richardson. There is no one against. Thank you. And item 7.3, a petition containing a number of people. I haven't been advised of the number, requesting Council rethink the design of the Lloyd Street Bridge due to the design concerns about the environmental and cultural impacts of the current design, and to conduct no clearing until this has occurred. Is Dr. Rob Ilchick in the audience? Thank you, Mr. Ilchick. If you can, I might have just read your preamble, but if you can do that, tell me how many numbers have signed the petition.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm here to table a petition in support of Councillor Catalano's motion and to support a more culturally, environmentally and structurally sustainable bridge across the Helena River at Lloyd Street. Council is aware that Greater Connect Alliance conducted FYI events in the city's major shopping centres and collected about 700 responses. We have collected 531 signatures in person and an additional 425 via our Facebook page. Even though our responses greatly outnumber those of the Connect Alliance, it should be noted that they had multiple people polling at busy shopping centres. We have not been afforded similar access, so we have had to meet people at smaller shops and businesses, rail stations and dog walks to collect a greater number of interactions, which are all in support of a redesign. Talking to the people of Midland, we have seen a strong reaction to the proposed clearing for the bridge. Key themes include protecting the environment and...
Dr. Illick, I just wanted you to read the header statement, not go into a detailed explanation of how you've obtained those signatures. So if you can just read that header.
Okay, I thought I had 2 minutes, so that's why I'd written out a little bit of
that's fine.
A preamble.
And I was busy reading the next item on the agenda, so I didn't pull you up earlier. So
okay.
Thank you. Number of signatures and the main issue.
The number of signatures, we have 531 on paper here, and then we've gotten another 425 electronically on our Facebook page.
Thank you.
And the petition, it's titled "Rethink the Lloyd Street Bridge Design." To the Mayor David Lucas and all of the City of Swan councillors, we, the undersigned, are concerned about the environmental and cultural heritage impact of the Lloyd Street Bridge. we call on the City of Swan to agree to no clearing until further consultation with the community and traditional owners has occurred, support a bridge design that preserves the Helena River wetland and environment, maintains the integrity of cultural heritage sites, allows water to freely run across the floodplain, preserves the habitat of long-necked turtles, black cockatoos, and quendas, and is environmentally and culturally responsible and financially viable.
Thank you, and I'll have a staff member collect that. And also, councillors, I'll be looking for a recommendation that petition be dealt with in conjunction with item C 1.9, the Lloyd Street Bridge item. Moved Councillor Parry, seconded Councillor Johnson. Is there anyone against? There is not. And if I just take you back to item 7.1, councillors, I thought Mr Phil Cloran was putting a petition in, but it was a different petition altogether. So that was a petition pertaining 20 signatures requesting the City of Swan implement a safe active streets program and other traffic management mechanisms for a safer and quieter Guildford. So I'm looking for a recommendation to refer that to the CEO for a future report to council. Move Councillor Congadin. No. Councillor Parry. And seconded Councillor Zanino. Is there anyone against that? Thank you. Are there any other petitions to be submitted by councillors or members of the public? Being no further, goes to item 8, which is deputations. And as you're aware, deputations were held at last week's agenda forum on the 8th of December. Item 9 is announcements by myself. So have a couple of quick ones. Thank you, councillors. So good evening and thank you for coming along to the last council meeting for 2021. I wanted to take a moment to reflect on the year that's been and the year we're heading towards. It's been a difficult couple of years for many in our community, with obviously COVID-19 has had far-reaching effects, coupled with the bushfires in February, from which there are still many recovering. Yet I've had the opportunity to observe resilience, mateship and the fighting spirit of so many in our community and beyond, and for that I wanted to say thank you. To my fellow councillors who sit with me this evening, thank you for your service to your community. This year has been, the long and short of it, it's been a long year. I'd also like to acknowledge the outgoing councillors who served their community until the recent elections. Some were defeated and some stood down. It's been a pleasure to lead you, but more importantly, it's a pleasure to be one of the 15 councillors sitting around this team table collectively. We are collectively leaders for the community, and I look forward to continuing with your support as we move into 2022, so we can work collegially as a team and seek the best outcomes for our broader community. I'd also like to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of the city's workforce. We may not always agree with officer recommendations, but we do respect and value the information, the time and the effort that everyone puts in to empower and enable this council to make informed decisions on behalf of our community. Lastly, I'd like to clarify a point that I made at last month's meeting when I stated Minister White had advised the city if the city did not use the federal funding, we could lose it. That was specifically in relationship to the Allen Brook Leisure Centre, not particularly in relationship to the Lloyd Street Bridge. I had a miscommunication with him about that, and for that I apologise. The federal government is funding the Lloyd Street Bridge. Minister White's clarified there is no time limit on that funding. However, that funding is now controlled by the state government and has never come to the City of Swan. Yesterday I had the opportunity of going to the Memory Cafe in Middle Swan with Councillor Henderson, and I thank all those staff, but particularly the local community members who put on events for people suffering from dementia, not only in the City of Swan but not nearby. So in closing, I wish all council staff, but particularly members of our community, a very happy, healthy and safe holiday season, and we look forward to working with you all next year in 2022. Thank you. That takes us to item 10, and 10.1 is answers to questions which were taken on notice. There were nil. 10.2, questions of which due notice have been given, and Councillor Howlett, your 4 questions have all been answered. Thank you. Councillor Johnson, your 8 questions have been answered. which takes us to item 10.3, questions of which due notice has not been given. Are there any other questions from councillors? Being no further questions, I move on to item 11, which is leave of absence. Mr CEO, do we have a leave of absence?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I have a request for a leave of absence from Councillor Henderson, and it's from the 21st of this month through until the 24th of the 1st, 2022. Also have a request for a leave of absence from Councillor Knight, and that's from the 1st of January 22 through until the 14th of January 22.
Thank you. You're shaking your head, Councillor.
Just clarification, 21st of January it was until the 24th.
Sorry, Councillor Henderson, just the 3 days, wasn't it? Yeah, 21st of January 2022 to the 24th of January 2022.
Thank you for clarifying that, and I have a leave of absence request from Councillor Jones from the 24th of December this year to the 19th of January next year, inclusive, and I need a motion. Councillors, move Councillor McCulloch, seconded Councillor Parry. Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare that leave carried. Item 12 is confirmation of the minutes, and I need a recommendation, councillors, to include that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 17th be confirmed, along with those other 4 items below. Move Councillor Bowman, seconded Councillor Kiley. Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare that carried. We're now on to item 13 on page 14 of your run sheet, councillors. Any business left over from the previous meeting, and it's item 13.8, Bernara Road upgrade. It's on page 17 of your agenda. Councillor Kiley.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, my motion is that Council resolve to 1, continue the detailed design and construction of the duplication of Bennett Street, Daviot Road and the upgrade of the associated roundabout at Bernara Road. 2, request staff to redesign the roundabout at the intersection of Bernara Road and Lord Street to reduce the land requirements and provide a report on the revised design to a future meeting of Council. And 3, record the reason for changing the officer recommendation is to reduce the amount of land that is required to be taken from adjoining properties.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Catalano. Thank you. Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare that carried, which takes us to Part B, and for the benefit of members observing the meeting, the Council uses an en bloc method for decision making. This means that agenda items where Council supports the officer's recommendation are not debated separately. One vote is taken on all of the items and the officer's recommendation is therefore the decision of Council. The following reports from Part B and Part C of the agenda have been withdrawn for debate in accordance with the meeting procedures local law and will be dealt with by Council individually. And I'm just going to call out the item numbers.
Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to also withdraw 4.11.
4.1?
411.
4.11.
411.
Just add it in at the end if you go back over. So just add 411 in there.
So, Councillor Kyle, I just want to clarify, you want to withdraw 411 so it's included in the debate section?
Correct.
Thank you. So the following items have been withdrawn and will be dealt with individually. So items 2.3, item 3.1, item 3.2, item 3.3, item 3.5, item 4.1, item 4.3, item 4.7, item 4.8, item 4.9, item 4.11, item 4.13, item 4.14, item 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, 5.6, 5.7 and 7.2. Part C, item C 3.2. The following items have not been withdrawn for individual consideration and will be dealt with via the en bloc vote. Therefore, the officer's recommendation for the council decision is 2.4, Mr CEO. Will be dealt with by en bloc. In Part B are item 2.1, 2.2, 2.4, 3.4, 4.2, 4.4, 4.5, 4.6, 410, 411. That's been withdrawn by Councillor Kylie. 415, 416, 5.5, 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, 7.1 and 7.3, and Part C is C 3.1. You should also note, councillors, that item 4.12, the proposed dwelling in Edicup Way, Midvale, this item has been withdrawn from the agenda by the CEO at the request of the applicant to allow them to make a further submission of modified plans, and if the modified plans meet the R code requirements, the application will be later dealt with under delegated authority. Thank you. So that takes us to page 18 of your running sheet. Oh, sorry. The mover and seconder for the en bloc items moved Councillor Bowman, seconded Councillor Parry. Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare those items carried, which takes us to item 2.3, Policy Review Complaint Management. And first I need a mover and a seconder. Moved Councillor Kylie, seconded Councillor Richardson, and Councillor... you wish to debate the item, Councillor Kylie? You don't wish to speak on the item, Councillor Richardson? You've got an amendment, Councillor? Yes, well, if you can let me know what your amendment is, please.
So my amendment is to include, and in fact I want to amend this, where we got to add the following wording. Subject to including at 4.9 C, to update council annually on the application of the managing unreasonable complainant conduct management practice. And the other thing is that I actually should have also put in there is request the CEO to prepare a report for a confidential meeting of council to be held within 1 year or annually, we could put annually, to revise the MUCC list. And the reason for D is that it's worked well this year, so I'd like to see that, and I hope Council also would like to see that happen.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Johnson. Is there anyone against? Question, Councillor Henderson first.
Being that it's a policy, should D just simply say the CEO rather than request?
Oh, well, that can be. You can just put the CEO, yes, I'm happy to accept that.
So remove the words request thee.
Thank you for that.
So,
excuse me, Mayor.
Sorry, I've got another question from Councillor Bowman first.
Mr Mayor, two things. First question to the CEO, recommendation D, is that council getting involved in operational matters? And recommendation C, a question to Councillor Catalano, we should be happy to change it to update council laws. And the reason I ask is there's no decision being made if we're receiving something, and as such it shouldn't form part of an agenda item. but at the same time can still go to councillors.
Mr CEO, your question first.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, sorry, I missed the first part of the councillor's question.
The question to the CEO. Thanks, Councillor Bowman.
So, through you again, Mr Mayor, the first part of the question was, D, is that inviting councillors to get involved in operational matters?
Through you, Mr Mayor, my understanding of that is the councillor is just requesting for the report to be tabled at council. So I don't see any problem in the report coming up and providing a list of the people on that list.
Are you satisfied with that, Councillor Bowman?
Well, through you, Mr Mayor, I thought Councillor Catalano talked about us reviewing what was on that list.
I think the intention is that the list be provided annually for our information.
That's correct. Just the same as it was this year. I mean, I'm not asking. In fact, that was the same terminology as I used last time when I proposed it, and I'm not expecting anything different. Exactly the same as I think it worked well with this year.
Thank you. I've got a mover and a seconder for the amendment. Is there anyone against? You're against? You wish to debate it? Okay. I'll now put the amendment. Those in favour of the amendment? It's all councillors other than Councillor McCulloch and Councillor Bowman, so the amendment is carried, which now becomes part of the substantive motion. Does anyone wish to debate the substantive motion? I'll now put the substantive motion with the amendment. Anyone against? Being no one against, I declare that carried unanimously. Takes us to item 3.1, the Bellevue East Land Use Study Review. It's on page 83 of your agenda, councillors, and I call for a mover and a seconder of the item. Move Councillor Kiley, seconded Councillor Bowman. Councillor Prodovnik, you have an amendment. Councillor Kiley, do you wish to speak to the item? No. Councillor Bowman is the seconder. Councillor Prodovnik, you've got an amendment?
Yes, I just wanted to add, subject to the following change, to add the following words: the status of Precinct 1.4, prepare and implement a verge landscape plan for Bellevue to in progress. And the reason for the amendment is consultation and planting of 133 trees has been done, but the Bellevue Residents and Ratepayers Association continues to advocate for a full Bellevue Road landscaping plan to be carried out as per a Bellevue East Land Use Study recommendation, and these discussions will continue with the City of Swan.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Howlett. Is there anyone against the amendment?
I have questions first, Mr Mayor.
A question, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, to the staff. It's possibly Mr Van der Linde or Mr Coton. I guess the CEO can decide. How does this relate to the proposed urban tree canopy policy that's coming up?
Mr Van der Linde.
Through you, Mr Mayor. The tree policy, the urban forest plan that will come to council will address the planting of trees at a higher level. With regards to the actual planting of trees in terms of a policy perspective, the current policy of the city is to plant trees where the residents have supported the planting of those trees, and where they will actually water the trees and look after them. So with regards to that component, if trees are planted without the support of the residents in that street, you can expect that those trees will either be pulled out or not watered and will die through that process.
So what you're saying is that the ballot is trying to plant trees where people don't want them, is that? Or in some cases, is that right?
I'm sorry, if you can just repeat the question, please.
The Bellevue Land Use Study, this section we're trying to amend here is the BRA are attempting to plant trees where they are not wanted by the homeowner. Is that correct?
The previous consultation was held in that area, and for those residents that have supported the planting of the trees have been planted. So what this will lead to is you'll have to go out to the residents again and see if there's others that are in support of planting of the trees or not.
I guess the question is, has the city already consulted then with the residents in Bellevue?
Yes.
About they've already done that, so this is
Yes,
just repeating the exercise. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone against the amendment becomes part of the substantive motion? Is there anyone against the motion? You are Councillor Johnson. You wish to debate it? Okay. Well, Councillor Kiley and Bowman didn't wish to debate the motion at the start. So, Councillor Johnson, sorry. So you're against the amendment? Fine. Councillor Budovnik, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Look, I don't really need 5 minutes. Basically, the Bellevue Residents and Ratepayers Association fronted up to Council last week. This has been a very long, ongoing discussion with the City of Swan. There's been a lot of progress here. And what they're asking now is not to speak to residents that are not interested in planting trees. They're actually talking about a landscaping program to be done to provide a screening or a visual buffer between the existing general industrial land uses and residential land uses. So really what they're focusing on now is an area where there's lots of industrial businesses, and they just want to see if we can potentially put some trees on those verges. These are discussions that they're asking to continue to have. Again, this motion is simply asking for a bit more time so they can have those discussions. Again, hence the request to make it in progress.
Thank you. Councillor Howard is the seconder.
No, I just want to agree with that. It's about finding that fine balance between a residential and industrial buffer. Bellevue is a complex little suburb, and I think that will benefit, trees are going to benefit down there. So it's important to listen to the Bellevue Resident and Ratepayers Association as they're trying to find the best balance for the suburb.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, Mr Mayor. Look, I think the Bellevue land use study is something unique to Bellevue. No other suburb has a land use study. There are 13 suburbs in the Midland Guildford ward. This is something unique. What I've heard from staff is that the Bellevue land use study originated at a council budget workshop 1 February back in probably was 2012. And I understand Councillor Joe Marino at the time suddenly produced a desire for this thing. The Bellevue land use study is finished. It's over. We need to accept that the substantial recommendations are completed. And what is happening here is that we're talking about amending Precinct 1.4, prepare and implement a verge landscape plan for Bellevue. It says the city did include Bellevue Road in its consultation. The city will reconsider whether there are further opportunities for planting. And the update retain the action status completed. The city staff are saying it's completed. They've done the job. They've been down Bellevue Road. They've spoken to people. I'm very familiar with this scenario on Bellevue Road. One side is residential. The other side is, I believe, general industrial, being rezoned to light industrial. What this is about is, as I understand it, making people have a tree where they don't want it. So it's somewhat unreasonable for a residents' association or a council to be insisting on putting a tree somewhere where the landowner doesn't want it. It's just not reasonable because, as you heard Mr Van der Linde say, the trees will simply be removed. So if we put trees opposite residential premises where on those verges the industrial premises, I should have said industrial premises, if we put in a tree opposite on the verge in front of an industrial premise where the industrial premise owner does not want the tree, we know what's going to happen to the tree. It's just going to get driven over by a large truck. So I feel we've gone as far as we can with this, and we have a future policy coming up, I think, was it the Urban Forest Strategy? And that will provide a uniform policy for planting trees in residential and potentially industrial areas right across the city of Swan. And it's my view that we should say, we finished with Bellis, let's move on to the broader city of Swan and apply the same policies for planting trees right across every single suburb, to do it the same way everywhere. And I do agree there are scenarios where a property owner should not be permitted to refuse a tree,
But I think that the criteria for accepting or refusing a tree, or the criteria for putting a tree in place, needs to be determined very broadly across the city through that urban forest strategy. So that's why I'm opposed to this. It's really quite straightforward. I just don't think that the industrial premise owners on Bellevue Road want a tree. So if they don't want it, why should they have them? There are plenty on the other side, which is a residential side, and really that's where the trees are needed. So that's my reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for the amendment. Any other speakers for or against? And Councillor Podovnik, you've got 3 minutes for your right of reply. Thank you.
Okay, again, just very quickly. The Bellevue Residents and Ratepayers Association say that these discussions are not finished. They do want to continue to have these discussions. They have requested this from Council. It's a very small request. Eventually, this process will be completed. They're just asking for a little bit more time. Please support this amendment.
Thank you. I'm now putting the amendment. Councillors, those councillors in favour? Of Councillor Bowman, Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Kiley, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Knight, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch. 2 against were Councillor Richardson and Councillor Johnson. The amendment is carried, which now becomes part of the substantive motion. Have I got any other speakers on the substantive motion, councillors? Do you wish to exercise your right of reply, Councillor Kiley? I'm now going to put it to the vote. So with the officer's recommendation with the amendment as just moved, those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. It takes us to the next item. It's item 3.2, Midland Sports Complex, review of the operating model. It's on page 107, and I'm calling for a mover and a seconded open debate. Move Councillor Kiley, seconded Councillor Howlett. Is there anyone against? Councillor Bowman, you've got a you wish to open the debate, Councillor Kiley. Councillor Howlett is the seconder.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman, you have an alternative motion or amendment, sorry?
I do, Mr Mayor, and it's amend the December 22 to the 30th of June 2022 and add part 3, recommendation 3, as follows: agree in principle as part of the 2022-23 annual budget to consider a proposal to allocate 168,000 savings achieved by the club taking over the licence to a new reserve account titled Saving Initiative Reserve, for which the council will consider and determine a purpose for which these funds will be set aside in context with the city's strategic community plan, long-term financial plan and corporate business plan.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Zanino. Thank you. Is there anyone against? There is. You wish to debate it, Councillor Congdon? I do, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Bowman, you'll have 5 minutes in which to debate your amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, this has been allowed to go on for way too long. At the start of this agreement, it was evident there was issues, yet the city continued to significantly subsidise the MSA over the following 3 years. The MSA declared itself insolvent in 2005 and ceased trading. This is when the city's involvement should have stopped, and I remind everyone at this stage $1.03 million of ratepayers' money had been used. In 2006, Council resolved unanimously to operate the MSC directly. I asked myself the question, why is there no other examples of this occurring in WA? Then it was not until 2020 that it was determined that the management model was no longer sustainable. Why did it take so long? What was the final piece of evidence that allowed us to get to this point? Mr Mayor, how many millions of dollars of ratepayers' funds have been used to subsidise, operate, what is essentially a sporting members' bar? I think about the top listed items that some residents and ratepayers complain about and say, what a waste. Of the ones that come to my mind straight away, if they were all totaled up together...
Sorry, Councillor. Mayor, just point of order.
What's your point
I don't
of
believe
order,
you're speaking to the actual amendment. That's all.
No, I believe there is no point of order, Councillor Kiley. If you can continue your debate, thanks, Councillor Bowman. You get an extra 25 seconds.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, if you total them all up, they do not match the money that's spent here every year. This needs to stop immediately. This cannot continue to use ratepayers' fund. The city could relinquish the current licence now, and it should. The MMBRC, if they want to continue, they need to do so now and not allow another 12 months of subsidy. The process has been very slow up to this point, and if allowed to, it will continue to go at this pace. The reason for the 12 instead of 12 months, as provided by the officers, is for a smoother transition and to support the club's sustainability. So the reason, again, that the officers are saying 12 months instead of 6 was to support the club's sustainability. Isn't 20 years plus of supporting this club and its sustainability enough? And Mr Mayor, the reason for the additional recommendation is to start isolating savings that Council identifies and have these used for other cost-saving initiatives as well, some of which require upfront funding instead of simply being swallowed up by the municipal funds and then just being utilised by operating expenditure. This item is a great example of expenditure that should not be occurring, and the annual amount of money that is budgeted each year could be and should be added to this reserve. This is prudent financial management.
Thank you. And Councillor Zanino is the second of the amendment.
I have nothing further to add, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Speaker against the amendment, Councillor Congdon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, I guess I'm a little bit confused about the titling of Saving Initiative Reserve, and then it's followed by the contents of Council will consider and determine a purpose for what these funds will be set aside for. If it's the city to determine a purpose, surely we should have a policy in relation to a purpose. And if that fund is Saving Initiative Reserve, what will we spend it on? And considering we're talking about an allocation of $168,000 in an overall budget of $200 million, this is an insignificant sum of money that could go into the municipal funds, and the municipal funds can be directed to pay for items that may not automatically be in the budget, but could be in part of a budget review. So I can't support a Saving Initiative Reserve without the purpose being determined prior to.
Thank you. Speaker for the amendment.
Question.
Question, Councillor Johnson.
I'm reading on page 112 under financial implications, part 3. The report talks about the need for some minor building alterations may be required to meet the compliance requirements. And it does go on to say the previous work undertaken by Clubs WA is taking this into consideration. I guess the question for staff is, can these minor building changes be made in the time frame that Councillor Bowman's amendment proposes?
Mr Bishop.
Mr Mayor, we do anticipate the amendments are very minor. They are to enable compliance with the liquor licence that may be required. I can't give a guaranteed undertaking it can be done by necessarily June, but obviously if we've got 6 months we should be able to get most of those amendments done if this is Council's resolution.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councillor Johnson? Any other speakers for or against the amendment? Councillor Kiley.
Against, Mayor. I'd be happy to support point 1, but I couldn't support point 2. So if Councillor Bowman wanted to consider withdrawing point 2, then he would get my support for the amendment overall. But I can't see the point in setting up a fund within a fund to fund things we need funded. So I think we're just going down a bit of a rabbit warren there. So I can't support point 2, but I would support point 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers for or against the amendment, councillors?
Can I amend the amendment then, Mr Mayor, since we're now amending amendments? So my amendment is to delete part 2 of Councillor Bowman's motion.
well, I'm going to consider that to be contrary to the amendment and not allow it. So I'll ask again, are there any other speakers for or against the amendment? If not, you'll write a reply. Thank you, Councillor Bowman.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Why is that not in accordance with how we normally do things? If we can amend,
I don't want to get caught up in amendments to amendments this evening, councillors. I think it just makes it. I know it's allowable, Councillor Johnson, but if you want to spend another half an hour or whatever time it takes moving amendments to amendments, hang on, Councillor Catalano, I see your hand. It's your meeting, councillors. I'll be directed by you, but I think from my point of view, I'd rather have Councillor Bowman have his right of reply, and I'll put the amendment to the council.
Got a question there, Mr Mayor. Can we ask Councillor Bowman and the seconder if they would agree to my amendment to his amendment?
Well, I think he indicated by a shake of his head, which meant no to me.
Which I didn't see. Thank you.
Councillor Bowman.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I wasn't shaking my head for that. I was shaking my head not allowing amendments to amendments, which is permitted under our meeting procedure local law.
It is, but it makes it very complicated in my view. Councillor Catalano, you have a question?
I think we should be doing things right. And if there is an amendment to an amendment put forward and it's allowable, I think we just have to go through the process and see what the result is. I mean, we're not here to hurry things along. We're here to get the business done.
Fine. I'm happy to put it to the council to make a decision on this item, or I'll just allow an amendment to the amendment. Councillor Johnson, what's your amendment to the amendment?
My amendment is to delete part 2 of Councillor Bowman's amendment, where it says to add part 3 as follows: 3, agree in principle, etc. I suggest just delete. My amendment is to delete that entire section. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder to the amendment to the amendment? I'm not sure you can. I'll just have to seek whether you can second the amendment, seeing you second the substantive motion, Councillor Kiley. Do I have another councillor to second the amendment to the amendment?
I'll second the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Congdon, for seconding the amendment to the amendment. Is there anyone against the amendment to the amendment?
Well, normally what we do is we normally ask the mover and the seconder if they actually are happy with the amendment first, and if they're not, then it's put to the vote. That's the normal way we've always done it.
And
why are we changing?
I've just asked, is there anyone against the amendment to the amendment? And that also includes the mover of the motion. He can put his hand up to say he's against it and wishes to debate it or not. So there's no objection to the amendment, which will become the amendment, which will then be just point 1, amend December 2022 to June 30, 22 in part 2, and part 2, which is to add part 3 as follows, and point 1 is then deleted. So there's no one against the amendment to the amendment, then I declare it carried. We are back to the amendment to the substantive motion, which is just as proposed by Councillor Bowman, which is point 1, amend December 2022 to June 30th, 2022. Is there anyone against the amendment now as it stands? Being no one against, I declare the amendment carried. Now, we've declared the amendment carried. Is there anyone against the substantive motion with the amendment? Being no one against the substantive motion with the amendment, I declare it carried unanimously, and as you see, councillors, it can get quite confusing. That takes us to item 3.3, Allenbrook and Vines Community Security Patrol Survey. It's on page 113, and I'm calling for a mover and a seconder of the officer's recommendation. Moved Councillor Kiley, seconded Councillor Zanino. Do you wish to speak to the item, councillors? Councillor Zanino. Councillor Bowman, you have an amendment.
Mr Mayor, just a simple one. Amend the 5 years to 3 years in part 2, and amend during year 4 to during year 2 in part 4.
Is there anyone against the amendment?
We need the reason.
Sorry. Well, the reason's in front of you, Councillor Johnson, on the run sheet. Do you want to have it read out?
It should be read out, yeah. That's the.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. And then I'll ask for a seconder to the amendment.
So, Mr Mayor, my reason is that although the City could offer a 3 + 2 year contract, the performance of the security service can be managed if not performing, it's evident from community feedback that at the start of any new contract, the performance is good, but then starts to taper off in the security service. A 3-year contract also allows the Vines residents' views to be attained at a shorter interval to provide feedback on their willingness to continue the service, considering only 24.68% of the residents completed the survey.
Thank you. I might get you to hand that last bit up to the minute clerk so she can correctly record it. Do I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Henderson. Is there anyone against the amendment? So the amendment becomes part of the substantive motion. Is there anyone against now the substantive motion with that amendment that was added? Being no one against, I declare it carried. Item 5.3, Reconciliation Action Plan. It's on page 130 of the agenda, councillors, and I'm calling for a mover and a seconder of the officer's recommendation. Move Councillor Kiley. Seconded Councillor Parry. You're against the motion? Or you're against the amendment, which I'm about to ask
I'm
Councillor?
against the motion, thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask the mover, Councillor Kiley, to start the debate if you wish. No, Councillor Parry. You wish to start your debate, Councillor Catalano?
Yes, thank you. The issue I have with the Reconciliation Action Plan is that it misses one very crucial and vital stage, and that is truth-telling. And if you look at Reconciliation Australia, they say that truth-telling is a fundamental part of reconciliation. And in fact, Aboriginal elders in the Uluru Statement from the Heart say also that truth-telling is crucial to the ongoing process of healing and reconciliation. Truth-telling, what is it? It's an opportunity for people who've been wronged, and in this case we're talking about Aboriginal people, to record evidence about past actions, share culture, heritage and history. It's also an opportunity for them to talk about what they're experiencing now, which is that they number 4% of our population, but half of our prisons are full of Aboriginal people, and half of the children being taken into out-of-care situations are Aboriginal children.
I'm going to call you to a point of order there, Councillor Catalano.
That is the...
I'm just going to say incarceration numbers and children being taken away from families has nothing to do with the debate on our Reconciliation Action Plan. If you can keep your comments and your debate to the wrap, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. It's actually about sharing culture, experience and stories that are continuing. It is not about the past. Truth-telling is about contemporary experiences as well. And that is crucial to reconciliation. Now, are we serious about reconciliation? It's a reconciliation action plan. Are we serious about it, or are we just going to make ourselves feel good? We non-Aboriginal people. That's the question I ask. And I wonder how serious we are if we are missing the crucial stage of truth-telling for the very reasons that we don't know about their culture and will never know about their culture until we've heard it, and we've heard the stories, the past stories, but also the present stories about what Aboriginal people experience. It's an ongoing conversation of truth-telling that has been missed from this action plan. And If we don't actually go back to fundamentals and get this right, what we're doing is wasting our time, making ourselves feel good, and nothing good will come of it. I want to say that we non-Indigenous people have to learn about Aboriginal people and their culture before we can in any way think that we have permission to use their language and their culture for our own purposes. And that is a permission that has to be given, and we have to have earned it by listening to the stories and the truth-telling that we need to do. That's crucial to this stage. So in that way, I'm afraid we need to go back and we need to do a fundamental truth-telling exercise. We need to reflect on what we hear, and we need to put that in our reconciliation action plan, because that will have integrity and that will take us down the process and get us the results of reconciliation that we non-Aboriginal people are seeking.
You have 1 minute left.
I've just got one other fairly small point, and that is that the report talks about this particular Reconciliation Action Plan being conditionally endorsed by Reconciliation Australia. Well, do you know what? I don't see that in the report. Where's the evidence? I can't see how this Reconciliation Action Plan can really be substantially endorsed without the crucial, vital step of truth-telling. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see this council. That's what I want to see the type of leadership that we on this council are able to deliver to our community for our own education and edification, and so that we can so that we won't continue to make the mistakes of the past. And that's, I'm sure, what everybody on this council and what everybody in our community, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, want. That's how we share this country, and that's how we move forward and not make the mistakes of the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Councillor McCulloch.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I very much appreciate and value and understand the importance of truth-telling. Truth-telling is embedded in our RAP through every action, right through, and every experience for our Indigenous peoples and our non-Indigenous peoples. The reflections, the experiences and the conversations right through the actions in our Reconciliation Action Plan provide for and are very cognisant of truth-telling and the sensitivities and the promotion and the importance of that. Our local Indigenous leaders, and I've been part of the Reconciliation Action Plan from its beginnings, and speaking to and seeing the input from our local Indigenous leaders who are part of this Reconciliation Action Plan committee contribute and speak of truth-telling, and know that through the actions in our RAP plan, it was going to be embedded. As one of the community members who helped facilitate our second and very large NAIDOC week in Ellenbrook earlier this year, I saw the importance and I saw the actions worked out within truth-telling in that event and how important that was. So, councillors, yes, we have a RAP to adopt. Within the actions, truth-telling is very much going to be a part of it. It's embedded there, and it's something that we will be taking very seriously.
Thank you. Any other speakers for or against? I might have a question for Mr Bishop. The Reconciliation Plan was forwarded to Reconciliation Australia. Have they endorsed this RAP, Mr Bishop?
Mr Mayor, that's correct. The first draft went to Reconciliation Australia. They came back and made some recommendations about amendments. Those amendments were put into the second draft and sent back to Reconciliation Australia. As per the report in the consultation section, it refers to the fact that Reconciliation Australia have now conditionally endorsed it. Subject to council approval tonight, the final version will be sent back for final approval.
Thank you. Councillor Kiley. I've got an amendment from Councillor Henderson first. Councillor Henderson, would you like to move your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So to add point 2, that amend references of owners within the Reconciliation Action Plan to traditional custodians. The reason for the amendment is to ensure the language and terminology used is inclusive and respectful.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Parry. Is there anyone against?
Yes, I am.
You wish to debate that, Councillor Catalano?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Well, if you wish to debate the amendment, I'll allow Councillor Henderson to start the debate off. Thank you.
Yes, I'll be fairly quick, Mr Mayor. The RAP is a fantastic document, although it's clear that it was written by a number of people. And in doing so, it's all over the place in terms of the question of custodians or in the question of owners. So we can come back to the question of custodians and what that means. And if you have a look at the term custodians, it reminds of the ongoing obligation to look after country, and the Aboriginal people don't own the land, but it owns them. And that's the key thing about being custodians. So I think it's very important that we understand the culture. I come from a country town where there was a large Aboriginal community, and we understood very well how the Aboriginal community actually connected with the land. I think that's a very important aspect of what we're doing here, and we must be respectful and understand where our terminology to ensure that we have this RAP working in a way that works for the Aboriginal community and for the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parry, do you wish to make a comment? You want to speak against the amendment, Councillor Catalano?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You've got 5 minutes.
Look, it's not up to what I think Aboriginal people think their role is. It's up to me to listen to them, and they tell me that they're traditional owners. So I'm not going to make any speculations about what they think their role is. If they tell me that they're a traditional owner, which is what they tell me, then that is what I'm going to call them. And I just want to say one thing. Traditional owners have told me very recently, in fact in the last week, that they feel they haven't been heard, and they're concerned about who is speaking for this country. So, there's a lot of issues before we've even started, and I don't think it's up to us to say who or what they are. I think we've got to learn to listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the amendment? For or against? Councillor Kiley.
Against, Mayor. Councillors, we've heard from staff tonight that this has been taken to the Reconciliation Australia, I think, on 2 occasions. They've assessed it, they've sent it back to us, we've made changes, staff have made changes and given it back to us again, and it's before us tonight to make a decision. Playing around with the wording at this crucial point is not something we should be doing right now without the opportunity to go and take it back to Reconciliation Australia at least. The words are important, and this what might seem a slight change will make a significant difference. This disempowers this change to traditional custodians as opposed to owners, disempowers the rightful owners of land as they may see it, as Councillor Catalano pointed out. It's not for us to be messing around with this at this late stage, I don't believe. This is our inaugural Reconciliation Action Plan. I think if in future years, if this is something that we wanted to put forward in a future version, then I'm all for that to be considered at a later time, but definitely not at this 12th hour messing around with the wording, which will have significant flow-on effects and repercussions, implications by changing it from owners to traditional custodians. So I ask you, I encourage you not to accept this amendment and just stick with what we've got at the moment and possibly consider it at a later time. But this change to traditional custodians is basically in some ways saying, well, you've got new owners now. You may have owned it in the past, but you've got new owners now. You were the traditional custodians, but we now are the traditional custodians. That's what got Rio Tinto into trouble. Their attitude, I would imagine, saying that, well, we now have the rights over this land, we've got the appropriate approvals. We need to respect the owners as they see it, as Councillor Catalano did point out. So please don't mess around with the wording at this late stage. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor Johnson, for or against?
I've got a question.
Both the phrases traditional custodians and traditional owners are used throughout the document. So I guess the question is that intentional? Do those two things have different meanings? Obviously, the word owner is different to custodian, but when the staff were preparing this, did they do that? Did they draw that distinction intentionally? And is there a definition of traditional owner and a definition of traditional custodian, and what's the difference?
I'll refer to Mr Bishop, but I think that's the point behind Councillor Henderson's amendment. He wants the same terminology used throughout the document because it changes even on the same page. So, Mr Bishop?
Mr Mayor, when the plan was developed and it was sent to Reconciliation Australia a couple of times for review, this wasn't an issue that was picked up. However, since the proposed amendment by Councillor Henderson, we've spoken to Reconciliation Australia to get their opinion as to whether there's a preference for one term or the other, or both. Their response to the city was that they were happy with either term being used. However, they did express a view that probably it's preferable to have a single term in the report, just from a consistency perspective. And their other suggestion was potentially to seek advice from our advisory group as to whether they had a preference between the two. We have sent out advice, obviously, since to our advisory group to get any opinions, but we've not had any response today expressing a strong view for one term or the other. So in summary, Mr Mayor, based on Reconciliation Australia's feedback, both terms are equally acceptable, but possibly from a point of consistency, it may be preferable to have one term.
Thank you. Satisfy your question, Councillor Johnson? Have you got another question?
Kind of satisfies my question.
Councillor Bowman, you had a question?
My question was what Councillor Johnson just asked, but Mr Mayor, can we hold this over in light of the fact that we haven't got the responses back?
If someone wishes to move a deferral, this can be deferred.
I'll move, Mr Mayor.
So you're foreshadowing a deferment motion? But I need to deal with the amendment of Councillor Henderson. So is there any further speakers to the amendment? Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, Mr Mayor. Look, I think that Councillor Henderson has picked up on quite a good point here. There's an apparent inconsistency, and if it's not possible to define a different definition between these two phrases, traditional owner and traditional custodian, then that needs to be resolved with the, I think, Reconciliation Action Committee and with the consultation with the appropriate traditional owners and traditional custodians for them to advise us. So for that reason I'll be supporting Councillor Bowman's deferment, so I won't be supporting the amendment or the motion. I'll be seconding the deferment motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers to the amendment, councillors? Councillor Bowman.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a point of order. You've indicated that we've got to deal with the amendment. My understanding is mine's a procedural motion. and I'm pretty well saying that the matter lie on the table, and looking at 7.2 of the meeting procedure local laws, which says that I can, because I haven't spoken against the motion or the amendment. So it therefore implies that that procedural motion would be dealt with before the amendment.
So, Councillor Bowman's clarified that it is a procedural motion.
Now that you've clarified it, Councillor Bowman, that you're moving a procedural motion, and we have debate on procedural motions, there is no debate. So if you can just...
Point of order, Mr Mayor.
What's your point of order?
When I last read the meeting procedures local law, there was a list of procedural motions, and it was a table that told us whether you could debate or not. I don't know if that's still in there. It is. Can we get a reference to that so we can get this right?
I'll just defer to the CEO and Mr Albrecht for point of clarification.
On page 24.
Can you just clarify your question, Councillor Johnson?
I was asking for the point in the meeting procedures local law where there is a table of procedural motions. And the reason I asked that was because I understood that deferment was not a procedural motion, it was just a motion. So we just need to verify whether on page 24 or 25 there is such a thing as a procedural motion being a deferment motion. I don't think there is.
Mr Mayor, I could probably help.
Well, I'll just take some advice from our governance officer about lying on the table. I thought that... I won't take it any further.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'm not entirely sure how to respond to that. A deferral motion is no longer a procedural motion, which was why my initial advice was that we needed to deal with the amendment, but Councillor Bowman has now clarified that the procedural motion is to let the matter lie on the table, which is a procedural motion. If you look on page 24 of the meeting procedures local law, you'll see that if there is a procedural motion that the matter lie on the table, is debate permitted on the motion, the mover may speak to the motion for not more than 3 minutes, otherwise no debate, and then that motion is put. When we come back to the next council meeting, debate resumes at the point of interruption.
So you're moving that the matter lie on the table, Councillor Bowman. Are you seconding that, Councillor Johnson, or were you seeking a deferment?
I'm seeking a deferment.
Okay, well, I'm seeking a seconder that the matter lie on the table, seconded by Councillor Predovnik. Is there anyone against that the matter lay on the table? Is there debate on that, Mr Albrecht, or is just the... it's no debate. Councillor Bowman, you have 3 minutes if you wish to explain why you're moving the laying on the table motion, and then I'll put it straight to the vote.
Mr Mayor, deferral, laying on the table, it gets the same outcome. We've got a little bit of a question here. We've gone out, asked for some feedback. We haven't got that feedback. Let's get it right. All we're saying is we press pause right now. In our next council meeting, we unpause and we keep going with the information that we need to make this decision.
Thank you. I'm now going to put that motion. Those in favour?
Don't I get to speak?
No. Those in
The mover
favour?
may speak.
It's Councillor Bowman, Councillor Predovnik, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Kiley, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Knight, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Richardson and Councillor McCulloch. The motion is carried. Against were Councillors Johnson and Councillors Catalano. We'll be moving to the next item, Councillors. And Mr Bishop, we can make sure that we get that information out to the members of the RAP committee and confirm with Reconciliation Australia if they've got a preferred option, which I think you said they didn't. Item 4.1, we're on page 23 of the run sheet, councillors. What's the time? We've got a bit of time to go. Consideration of submissions, amendment number 190 of local planning scheme number 17, reclassify land on Diana Crescent and Kerwin Way, Lockridge, from local reserve recreation to public purpose water corporation special use. It's on page 168 of your agenda, and I'm Looking for a mover and a seconder of the officer's recommendation. Moved Councillor Parry. Seconded Councillor Congdon. Do you wish to open debate, Councillor Parry? No. Councillor Congdon is the second. You'll reserve your right. Councillor Kylie, you have an amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor, my amendment is number 1, amend condition 3 to read, prior to development approval, a local development plan consistent with condition 1 must be prepared by the proponent and approved by the local government. The local development plan should address built form requirements, including but not limited to height, setbacks, plot ratio, open space, vehicle access and management to minimise vehicle impact on surrounding residents, including requiring that primary vehicle access shall be from Diana Crescent with supplementary alternative vehicle access from Kerwin Way and Jennings Way, safe for pedestrians, scooter, bike and gopher, etc. access between Kerwin Way and Rocha Oval, parking, landscaping, servicing and drainage, visual privacy, solar access and the interface with adjoining land. And 2, add Part 5 and 6 as follows. Part 5, further advise the applicant that Council would wish to see the future street address of this development site to be off Diana Crescent. Number 6, request that the Honourable Minister for Planning and Lands consider the inclusion of the adjoining lot 14169, number 49 Diana Crescent, owned by the Department of Communities, as part of this amendment for the purpose of A, ensuring the available land is sufficient to support both the construction of a commercially viable and appropriately designed facility, and B, to facilitate the development of a shared car park that would serve both the aged care facility and the broader community utilising the adjoining Rocha Oval.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Bowman. Is there anyone against?
Yes, I am.
You're against the amendment, Councillor Catalano. You wish to debate it?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Councillor Kiley, do you like to start your debate on the amendment? Thank you.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory. Thank you, Mayor. I'll forego that opportunity.
Councillor Bowman, reserve your right. Councillor Catalano, speaking against the amendment.
Yes, thank you. We have a petition of nearly 200 signatures of Lockridge residents and ratepayers who don't want this development, well, they don't want this rezoning of land that is now zoned recreational. They don't want it to be rezoned for any built purpose. I believe that's...
Point of order, Mr Mayor. Are we talking to the amendment or the main
We're
motion?
talking to the amendment, thank you.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm just saying that the reason why I'm against the amendment is because...
There's no point of order, Councillor Henderson, if you can keep...
Thank you.
...the debate. Thank you, Councillor Catalano.
The issue, actually, when we're talking about this amendment, and in fact when we're talking about the whole proposal to rezone, because as I was prefacing my argument, locals pretty much don't want the building. They don't want their recreational land to be rezoned for building. They've been down that road and it was rezoned from residential to recreation, and there was a reason for that, because it was fairly much promised to them by the state government that this land was
Point
not
of order, Mr.
going
Mayor.
to be built on.
Point of order. Thank you, Councillor Bowman.
Are we talking about the amendment or the
We
motion?
are talking
Well,
about the amendment, and I am getting to it.
Councillor Catalano, I
Thank
remind
you. I am
to-
getting there. I am getting there.
Thank you. Can I ask you to
Yes.
address the points
Thank
in
you.
the amendment? You're starting to debate
Thank
other
you.
items not mentioned within the amendment, and I draw
Well,
your
it
attention
is
to that.
actually, because the
Well, it's
issue...
not in the amendment, Councillor
Thank you.
Catalano.
The
Thank you.
issue of this amendment is that we're tinkering around the edges. We're talking about access and various other bits and pieces about
And that's
addresses.
what I want you to keep your debate
That's
to.
correct.
Thank you.
But the real issue is if it's going to be built on, the real issue is going to be one of density. And the reason why I said people didn't want it is because, the reason why density is important is because people don't want it. So, okay, if they have to have it, now we're talking about compromise. They want reduced density, and that will actually eliminate the need for all these extra access roads, particularly ones that go down quiet little loops like Jennings Way. Just already the impact that there'll be on Kerwin Way, which is another loop. And that is why I was raising the point about what people in the community want. They want a reduction in density, and that would make this particular amendment superfluous. So it's effectively putting the cart before the horse, because what we need to be talking about here tonight is the rezoning, and what we need to be, whether it should be rezoned. What we need to be talking about is, if it's going to be rezoned, what is the density? And then after that comes other issues to do with, well, what road is it going to be and what address is it going to be and what have you. So that's why I can't support this amendment tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for the amendment. Any other speakers for or against the amendment? There's no other speakers. Councillor Kiley, you wish to exercise your right of reply?
Just before the Mayor, does Councillor Bowman wish to speak on? No. Councillors, this amendment I've worked hard on. I have tried to find some mediated ground on what would be the best outcome for the broader community as well as the people living in Lockridge. There doesn't seem to be a lot there, but I can tell you there's been quite a lot of discussions and meetings to achieve this amendment. I've had to weigh up the significant benefit of residential aged care for the wider community with trying to make some improvements to a development that would occur there. And appropriately designed facility is included as part of my amendment, but it I think makes up the vast meaning behind my amendment is to ensure that we get a appropriately designed facility in this location if it goes ahead at all. Encourage the Minister to look at land to the north of the site to include in this this offering for a residential aged care development. I know that I'm not going to please everybody in the community, but I think the long-term benefits of a facility in that area would be to the greater good of the City of Swan and everybody else. So I encourage you to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to put the amendment. Councillors, those in favour? I have Councillor Bowman, Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Kiley, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch. The motion is carried. Those against were Councillors Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Knight and Councillor Richardson. Thank you. Now the amendment becomes part of the substantive officer recommendation. Councillor Catalano?
I'm opposed to the substantive motion at this point.
Yes, you.
Thank you.
I'll just ask, do you wish to debate it again?
Yes, I do have some further things to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parry is the mover of the motion. Right of reply. Councillor Congdon, you reserve your right, or you wish to speak now? Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Johnson. Earlier on, Councillor Congdon indicated as the seconder he had reserved his right to speak. He wishes to speak now. You have 5 minutes, Councillor Congdon, if you need it.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, councillors. Look, I'm not surprised of the number of petitioners that entered into a rejection of this particular site and the scheme amendment, given the large number of non-factual comments, and these relate to issues of 4-storey, 400 residential care facility, 400 bed. I'm unaware of any residential care facility anywhere in Western Australia has got 400 beds. I don't know of one. And it certainly wasn't an indication of 4-storey. It was under my impression that it was going to be limited to a coating and certainly not 4 storeys. So I think with the amendment that's been put forward by Councillor Kiley, it addresses some of the issues raised by a lot of people in respect to the access to the site, particularly from Diana and Kerwin and certainly Jenkins. I think overall there's a need for a facility to look after our ageing population, and I had a long conversation with a long-term resident of Lockridge the other day for about an hour on the telephone on Friday, and he was convinced it was going to be 4 storeys. He was convinced it was going to be 400 beds, and after the conversation he was then quite satisfied that what was proposed for this site wasn't that at all, and actually changed his opinion. So I ask you all to support the recommendation with the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Catalano.
Yes, thank you. So I'll just pick up from where I left off. The land was indeed originally zoned residential, and I've heard this many times from the residents there. They fought a very strong campaign to have flats on that part of Kerwin Way, and I just want to explain here and now that this is a large parcel of land that sits on a hill overlooking the recreation ground of Rocher Park. So we're talking about a very central space. It's a community space, and the community, enjoy that space. They don't have shops. They don't have any other sort of meeting places in that part of Lockridge. So it's a great space. People are always down there. There's a community centre, and there's a lot of activities goes on there. And so they fought hard, and the flats were knocked down, and the land was rezoned to recreation. That's tantamount to a promise by the state government that that land is never going to be built on, which is what all those residents believed. So now they have this development, and they are extremely concerned that what's going to be built there is a great big box sitting on top of the hill. And, with good reason, because I've seen a few of these go up. I mean, there's one overlooking Fish Market Reserve in Guildford, and it's a big black box. No doubt about it. And there's one going up in Middle Swan on Great Northern Highway, and it's monstrous. So that's 3 stories too, I believe. I could be wrong, but it's monstrous. And it's pretty much the same area of land, in fact. I was driving past it and I was thinking, yes, this will be quite a significant building. Well, this will be how can I describe it? It isn't a building, and this is where we get very confused, because what we're talking about is rezoning, and I have to remind people about that. But that's because we've got no certainty, and residents there have no certainty about what is going to be built there. And so that's where all these misconceptions come up, because we just get told, oh, well, go and have a look at Middle Swan, go and have a look at Fish Market Reserve, and what you see there is pretty horrendous. It is pretty monstrous. And it's going to sit on top of a hill. So that's when all of these, ideas come up, because we don't have any guarantees. All that the community has been told is, oh, well, the design work will come up down the track. Oh, well, you'll see the developments down the track. Don't worry about it, you'll see it down the track. So, not unreasonably so, they are actually very anxious about what is going to go on there if this land is rezoned. And they've suggested to me that we put in a condition that if it's going to be rezoned, that it's not a facility like Fish Market Reserve or at Middle Swan, that in fact it's something that's more modest in density and scale, and that's why I've put in my amendment, which I believe won't now come up, for it to be 1 story on Kerwin Way, which is a very quiet little street, and then perhaps 2 stories at the rest of the site.
You have 1 minute left, thank you.
So what we do know is that this is likely to be a 24-hour facility. There's going to be quite a substantial size, and there's going to be a lot of traffic toing and fromming, and hence the amendment for this extra access roads now leading in from all directions. So I've got to say, this is just not good. This is pretty bad for Lockridge, and the people are very, 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 very upset about it. And they, would have actually preferred to have more time to really digest it. And actually what they would have preferred, and what they would prefer before this amendment goes ahead, is to know what is exactly going to be built there. And then there'll be no worries and no misconceptions about what's going there. Please, let's look at this again. Let's not go ahead with the rezoning tonight, and let's come back and have another look at it again, and then perhaps we can look at those conditions for less dense development on that site, if there has to be development on that site.
Any other speakers for or against? Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This morning I spent 2 hours in Lockridge with the residents in Kerwin Way. I spoke to residents who have lived there since 1971 who purchased homes that were offered to them through state housing at an affordable price back in the 70s. Now, those flats that we're talking about were built just prior to the houses being built. There were 4 sets of flats, approximately 4-storey high. So those flats were then decommissioned in, I think it was 1998. So those residents had spent quite a long period of their lives looking at state housing flats. Some of them even attended a state-funded trip to South Australia to view similar blocks of flats in Elizabeth, which I'm very familiar with, as I used to pass them quite consistently. So those flats then turned into very unappealing realty. The anxiety that the residents have here is, as Councillor Catalano explained, the anxiousness of what will these block structures be. I mean, we have no plans yet. We have a balloon of emptiness for these residents. There's not much we can offer them, except that, looking at it from a nursing perspective, putting up 4-storey block apartments for aged care is not an ideal situation. Yes, we are lacking in aged care facilities. I completely understand.
Point of order, please, Mr Mayor.
Point of order, Councillor Congdon.
Point of order.
I'm asking that you...
I have a point of order.
Councillor Richardson, if you can just cease while Councillor Congdon makes his point of order. Thank you.
The point of order, Mr Mayor, is that the reference to building a 4-storey development in the referencing, I don't know that anywhere it's been stated a 4-storey building.
I reference the anxiety to that possibility, so not stating that it is going to be full.
No, thank you. No, thank you. If you can continue, thank you, and keep your debate as factual as you can. Thank you, Councillor Richardson.
I also can't support this motion due to the Major 1 access from Diana Crescent, that it would be important to have dual access from different ends, that we don't have a thoroughfare for local traffic darting through an aged care facility. And I ask that we do come back and have a look at this, as Councillor Catalano asked earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for or against the motion? Yeah. Question, Councillor Bowman.
Mr Mayor, through you to to the Manager of Planning, Exec Manager of Planning. Just trying to understand, with this zoning, if it goes up in stories, is the footprint smaller as opposed to if it's only a single story or a double story, would the footprint be a lot larger over the block?
Mr van der Linde.
Through Mr Mayor, yes, that's correct.
So my follow-up question through you, Mr Mayor. So that means there'll be more open space if they do go up, and at the same time, the number of beds or units or whatever can't increase because it goes on the size of the block, which is 17,000 square metres or something?
Mr van der Linde.
That is correct, Mr Mayor. The basic principle is if you build higher, if you fit the same number of units in a building that is higher, there will be more, it will cover less land.
Any further questions? I'll ask, are there any other speakers before Councillor Parry has his right of reply, councillors? Any other speakers for or against? Well, I'm going to enter the debate and I'll hand the chair over to Councillor Congdon. Thank you. Councillors, I think we need to go back to basics of planning. Before anything can be built, we need to make sure that the land is appropriately zoned for a building to go on it. And that's what this is. This is a scheme amendment to reclassify the land that's currently there on Diana Crescent and Kerwin Way to allow an aged care facility to go ahead. We're getting far ahead of ourselves as to the size, the scale, the street thing, but I do appreciate Councillor Kiley's diligence in asking that the main access, the primary vehicle access, would be from Diana Crescent, which is a road which can carry more capacity than either Kerwin Way or Jennings Way. They should not be the primary traffic entries into any proposed development. So once and if and once this amendment goes through, then there'll be expressions of interest put out to the builders of aged care facilities. They will have to meet the requirements that we have specified in the officer's recommendation. So facing Kerwin Way, it can be no higher than 2 stories. Now that's an important issue because anyone on Kerwin Way, if they were financial, they won lotto tomorrow, anyone in the city of Swan, in fact, as a right can build a 2-storey building. And we're saying the maximum they can build on Kerwin Way is 2 stories because that's what they're allowed to build. So the officer's report goes into a lot of other issues, but this is step 1 in the planning process. It's to have the land rezoned so an aged care facility may be built. It doesn't necessarily one is going to be built because if the scheme amendment is successful, we might not get any developers or providers of aged care that are interested in building in that vicinity. But the first step, and I think it's a very important step, is that the land has to be zoned appropriately to start with. That's all I've got to say, so I'll be supporting the amended officer's recommendation. Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Councillor Parry, if you'd like to exercise your right of reply. Thank you.
I think you answered it very clearly, Mr Mayor, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to put the officer's recommendation with the amendment by Councillor Kiley. Those in favour? I have Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Kiley, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch. I declare the motion passed, and those against were Councillor Bowman, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Knight and Councillor Richardson. Oh, sorry, you're for Councillor Johnson. Thank you. Did you get that? Thank you, Megan. Councillors, the time is now 8 o'clock and we're going to break for a 10-minute recess. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. It's 10 past 8. We resume the meeting. And the next item, thank you, councillors. The next item, it's item 4.3. Councillors Kiley and Catalano, thank you. Item 4.3, it's on page 26 of the running sheet. Proposed amendment number 1 to Brabham Activity Centre structure plan in Marvel Entrance and part of Walcott Avenue in Everglades Avenue, Brabham. It's on page 292. And Councillor Knight, you have a proposed motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion is that Council resolve to recommend to the West Australian Planning Commission to refuse to approve the proposed amendment to the Brabham Activity Centre structure plan for the following reasons. 1, the Council is not satisfied that the proposed modification, which due to poor sales of high density units, seeks to use the majority of the land for lower residential density and implement a multi-level commercial retail development. And 2, this concept may increase the likelihood of an under provision of retail commercial floor space within the activity centre to the detriment of the Brabham community.
Thank you. Your second, Councillor Kiley. Do I have anyone against? I do. You wish to debate it, Councillor? Thank you. You'll have 5 minutes for your debate. Thank you, Councillor Knight.
Thank you, Mayor. We've had so many objections about this development. And I think we have to refuse it because it kind of lacks detail. I've got one of the old maps here. I'm sorry I haven't printed it out, but it shows a big car park. I don't know where all the car parks are going to go now in the new proposal, going from R100 to R60 to 80. I'm sure the people of Brabham they didn't buy into this kind of space, and they've been waiting for years and years. All these objections all along the same lines. We need the shops and the cafes and the commercial activity, and I know it's going to go into a 4-storey development, and it's still going to have the same retail space, commercial space, but really, how suitable is that going to be? Has this been tried anywhere else in the country? I know that this kind of thing happens in places like Singapore and Hong Kong, but is this going to be somewhere that's, in line with the livable neighbourhoods in places like Brabham? And we're also going to lose the 0.2 hectares of public open space. These suburbs are very high density as they are, and I think to lose more public open space, I know that again it hits the 10% required POS, but I don't know that we should be taking more. And so I think I'd like to, if we can't defer it, or we just need some more information, and so we can give this to the people of Brabham. So that's all I really have at this point. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Kiley is the seconder.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Knight, for putting this objection forward, because I was absolutely shocked to see the amount of opposition to this proposal, and I encourage you all to consider, to refuse this at this stage. There was no public consultation. We got that from the applicant when they came forth and presented this change. No public consultation whatsoever. And however, this is a new suburb, new families, new homes, where people have been attracted to the area on the basis of the original plan to build this shopping centre. This has been the crucial element to the reason why people have moved into the area, and a lot of the submissions actually highlight that. So be aware that we're not talking about a change to an existing suburb. We're talking about a new suburb based around this hub, and the importance of this hub shouldn't be underestimated. And clearly it's of importance to the people who actually live in Brabham. It says here in the report that the purpose of the structure plan amendment is not to change the function of the district centre, only its form. So we're going to have residential and we're going to have commercial areas. It's not going to change the function. We'll still have residential, we'll still have commercial. But councillors, design is all about the function. And the form, if we change the form, it will change the function. If we change, I'm going to say that again, if we change the form, by accepting this proposal, we will change the function. And the function before was what? The function before was to provide a commercial centre on which so many people in Brabham bought into the area. They bought into the area on the function, on the proposition that that area is going to be a viable commercial centre, that they would have access to shops. Now the proposal is to, because we're not selling enough units, because we're not making enough land sales, or not land but unit sales, we can't sell this so quickly as we would like. So what they want to do is increase the sales. Now, who's that benefiting? Is it benefiting the people who broadly live in the area, who've bought in on the basis of the shopping centre, on the basis of the function of the shopping centre? It's not. It's benefiting the applicant in this situation. Our consideration should be the function of this commercial centre and who is it benefiting. It's not benefiting the broader area. Sure, this change will benefit the applicant, but it won't benefit the community. There are 172 objections. It's a huge amount. We have to listen to the community in this instance. There was no community consultation. The changes that are being proposed result in a shopping centre that will now be 2 stories high. Where in a small commercial shopping centre do you have a successful model for a 2-storey shopping centre? Sure, a large shopping centre is fine, but a 2-storey shopping centre? Where is that commercially viable? What butcher is going to be wanting to move up to the second story of this shopping centre? What newsagent? What business that normally relies on a lot of foot traffic going through a small commercial area is going to want to move to the second floor on the basis that somehow, well, people, somehow want to go to the second floor or want to move up there? They don't. Small commercial centres do not exist out there with two stories. They have to be on the single level. This will not survive, councillors. This is the death knell of this shopping precinct. We are spelling the death for all of the dreams or the hopes of the people who've moved into Brabham area.
You have 1 minute left, thank you.
To have a viable commercial shopping centre. This will end up selling more units. It will be of the benefit for the applicant. It will not be of benefit to the broader community, the people who have invested. And I would say that the people who have invested into the broader Brabham area are far greater, have put a lot more effort, a lot more time and a lot more money into Brabham than this change will actually affect. We will end up with a non-viable commercial centre, and we just do not want to see that. Please do not support this amendment. Please send it back. We do not want to see non-viable 2-storey commercial centres trying to survive in the suburbs, in a new suburb which we want to make sure that it goes well for everybody who's bought into the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kiley. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to remind councillors as well, on the February meeting that we had this year, we also did a Brabham densities report in regards to the amount of people that actually live in Brabham. We actually found out that 25% was more people living in Brabham than what the structure plan said. This development here is actually reducing the number of people than actually what the first proposal of the structure plan was. It reduces down from 196 dwellings to 120 dwellings, which is an important factor as well. And also the fact that Brabham is a new suburb as well. This council has not denied that the state government should be providing more funding for this area. For example, the second state school should be one of the first priorities that puts through this school. We just went to the graduation in regards to the Brabham Primary School on Monday, I think it was. And we found out there's 9 transportables there and almost 6 primary school classes there as well next year, pre-primary classes next year as well. There's no question there should be more development in regards to that. In regards to the structure plan itself, city staff have noted that under the existing approved structure plan, an estimated 196 dwellings within the activity centre plan could eventuate. The proposed amendment could reduce this to 120, again less than what was proposed. The proposed amendment would also see a lower density and larger lots over a larger footprint whereas the existing approved density targets are achieved through high density over a smaller footprint, which is exactly what a lot of the things we talk about in this council, what we're trying to avoid. Like I can discuss things in Paradise Keys, other instances around the city of Swan where we want lower density in our areas. We have discussed that previously. And a lesser number of dwellings would translate to less traffic on the roads, not more. Again, that's a benefit to our community as well. In regards to the commercial floor space, it says that city staff note that there would be no reduction in the commercial floor space already approved under the structure plan if the shopping centre is built up. Residents will not be deprived of shopping and commercial services. Building bulk of taller shopping centre can be ameliorated by setbacks, good building design and landscaping. Amenity would not be compromised. A maximum height controls for the expanded shopping centre are proposed to be written into the structure plan as part of the amendment. I also note to the east of the shopping centre there are already 3-storey buildings next to it as well. So it would fit within the area as well. So that's the reason why we must support this, because we all said in February, and it was carried and seconded by you, Councillor Kiley, that we want to reduce the density in regards to Brabham. We also said we want to increase our public open space. Now, we've said all these things before, and this is what they are trying to do. We'd be hypocritical if we don't support this right now. So that's why I support the officer's recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Councillor Bowman first.
Mr Mayor, when I first looked at this one, I thought it was a pretty good idea. Everything that Councillor Parry has just said, I totally agree with, and thought for that reason it was great. Lower density, same amount of retail space. But there's one thing that I can't get past, and that is we can't make, whether we do the rezoning changes or not, we can't make them build more retail space. So there's the ability to build more, but the thing that I can't get past is when we ask them to go upwards, we know the cost goes up. So the issue I have is that I don't think there will be more retail built. I think if there is, it's a long time down the track. And then what will happen is there'll be another developer who will identify that they need more retail and do it somewhere else. So for that very fact, I don't think I can support, and I am supporting the motion up there for that reason.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Congdon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Very quickly, councillors, page 299, under the conclusion. And I might add, if this motion fails, I'll be moving the officer's recommendation. The proposed amendment number 1 of the Brabham Activity Centre Structure Plan has demonstrated compliance with all relevant strategic plans, legislation being the Perth and Peel 3.5 million livable neighbourhoods and State Planning Policy 4.2, etc., etc. The amendment will result in a different built form with a multi-storey shopping precinct and single-dwelling residential lots in lieu of apartment and mixed-use residential product. I think there's a bit of supposition going on here with it'll be the death nail. It will close down. It'll be the end. Well, I really can't see that the shopping centre that's there now is going to be closing down. I can't see it being the death nail. And I really can't see as a commercial project that the developer's not going to add that second floor as proposed, because they will need that second floor to service the residents of the area. I am pleased that what has happened is that they're going to talk about a lesser density residential area, creating larger blocks for those who've driven through Brabham on a number of occasions, which the ward councillors do, and some of the neighbouring councillors. We just see it is side by side, 3-storey, little room, no front garden, no back garden. This creates a different dimension and changing the population structure as well. So I'm going to support this. I originally, in indicated I might object to it, but then I read the report again, then I read it again. So I've had three cracks at the report, and I've now determined that it is in the best interest of the residents of Brabham, and duly noting that the objections are there all sit around primarily the residential complex and not the commercial complex and not the residential density. So that's where the numbers come from.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion, Councillor Prodovnik.
Just a question to staff. Sorry, maybe it's clearer to everyone else but not me. In the report it says that staff do not support the additional public open space. I think they were proposing 2,000 square metres and our minimum is 4,000. And then in the actual recommendation we're saying that the land use summary is to be updated to be nil for open space. Am I missing something here? It sounds like we're losing public open space. It's too small to begin with, and then can you just walk me through that one quickly?
Thank you, Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, insofar as the amendment documentation indicates in a table the breakdown of the amendment's vital statistics, including the public open space, because the staff are recommending that this plan does not include the additional public open space, which is about 2,000 square metres in area, because there's no amendments to the additional public open space, we're saying that that's just left as zero. There's no additional public open space proposed as part of the amendment. So it remains that the disposition of public open space remains as per the original adopted approved structure plan. So there's no change, either more or less, to the public open space table and the layout of public open space, if the council accepts that it doesn't support the additional 2,000 square metres public open space proposed as part of this amendment.
So sorry, just so that I'm clear, you're saying that really the officers would have preferred 4,000 but they're happy with 2,000, is that what you're saying?
Through Mr. Mayor, no, I'll be clear. The position that we state here, page 299 for the benefit of the councillors. Okay, and I'll read it, please, Mr. Mayor. City staff do not support the additional public open space for the following reasons. There is no justification provided by the applicant to say that this public open space is needed to provide a drainage function for the modified residential area in the activity centre. The size of the public open space at about 2,000 odd square metres is less than the minimum that we say is functional public open space, 4,000 square metres. And in any event, we don't need any more public open space because the structure plan already has sufficient, being already over 5.2 hectares, which is more than the 10% requirement. So we say it hasn't been justified to be needed for a drainage purpose. It's too small in any event to be useful, and in any event we have more than enough, more than the 10%.
Any more questions, Councillor Prodovnik? Thank you. Speaker for the motion, Councillor Catalano.
Yes, thank you. Councillors, what we're doing here tonight is we're making a decision about the future of this community and the future of this community space. So, yes, we can't make the developer do anything. We can't make, but we can look after the community and the community space so that this community has got a focal point for itself. And I think, there's been, we've talked about there's hundreds of submissions, people, young families, new to City of Swan, have taken the time to actually make a submission. I mean, that's incredible. It's actually an incredible response. So we're here to think about what they're asking us to do. And yes, it might not be viable at this point in time for that area of land that is designated for commercial to be commercial right now. But the issue is, have the developers actually really explored, have they used their imaginations and explored the potential of that land for a mix of retail, hospitality, community use, and actually turn it into an area that complements the shopping centre, which may indeed go up. But, you know, we know, because how can we forget? We're human, and we rely on more than just going up and down escalators in an air-conditioned shopping centre. And our young families will want more than that to be healthy and to be active and happy in their community. They need to have spaces, community spaces that provide them with provide a focus where they can meet and spend money and enjoy themselves, shop, eat out. Now, has that been explored? Has that been explored? I do not see anywhere in this as to where any kind of imaginative use for that land has been explored. And I think that's a responsibility that we need to take tonight on behalf of that community. And I mean, I can't help but think that it's rather cynical that instead of thinking, well, how can we, what about exploring the opportunities for really, you know, vibrant, great mix of all kinds of commercial activities that can actually enhance the community centre and create that village feel, which is what we need as human beings, especially in Australia, because that's the lifestyle we have. Everybody else has got it, so why shouldn't the people of Brabham have it as well? I mean, it's not unreasonable for them to think that to themselves. But instead of asking the developers to just go the bit of an extra mile and start exploring that, they come back with an easy option, which is, we know we can sell houses, so let's go ahead and put houses on it. And it's great that it's low density and everything like that, which is what we have asked for. But people need to have that focus and they need to have that mix of commercial space. And I think it'd be great. It'd be a great message to give to the developer that you know, there's perhaps a lot more potential to that site than they've perhaps explored. And perhaps if they come back to us with having explored that, then maybe we can look at it again. Thank you.
Question, Councillor Parry.
Mr Mayor, quick question for you. What is exactly north of the shopping centre, if you don't mind, in regards to community activation, please?
Are you asking a question of me or Councillor Catalano or staff? I'll just refer to Mr Russell, and you might have to repeat. Did you get the question, Mr Russell, or you want it repeated? Thank you.
What is exactly provided north of the proposed shopping centre that they currently have in regards to community activation? What is exactly there, Mr Russell?
Through Mr Mayor, what is being proposed north of the shopping centre site, where you've got the road networks, a couple of things. One, a community centre, and the other one, a great community activator in the traditional Australian way, a pub. It's heaven. And of course the park, yes.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Henderson. Thank you.
Briefly, Mayor, a couple of things I wanted to touch on. First things first, the community said they wanted larger blocks. This is a response to larger blocks. Larger blocks are more commercial at the moment. And to say that have they explored, that's what business does. It explores, it sits down, it works out, it decides how can they get a best return out of the dollar. Interesting debate around 2 stories. Galleria, 2 stories. Place is chocker, absolutely full on. Why are we locked in on this concept of single story? It makes no sense to me. But more importantly, the question is, what's the big picture? The big picture is a vibrant community. A vibrant community is what this developer wants. That's why they're putting this up. They actually want to see a development grow in value for themselves, of course, and for the community. The more it's developed to a point that the community wants, the better it is for everyone. It's purely commercial, councillors. They are not going to invest a cent, not a dime, unless I can see an effective outcome for this. So for me, what they're proposing works. It gets us to those larger blocks, and hopefully we might even see a few trees planted on them. Thanks.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Any other speakers for or against? Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, when the developer came and presented to us and they told us that they were going to reduce the zoning, I was absolutely dumbfounded. I think in my 6 years on council, that's the first time I've heard that. Nearly always we're getting developers coming to us and telling us that, oh, well, because it's not quite working out, we want to increase the zoning from R40 to R80. So this is the first time it's not going from R80 to R40, but it's the first time I recall a developer ever proposing to reduce the zoning, and we know that these high densities simply do not work. So for that reason, I'm supporting it. I note in my notes here, I've actually put using my coding that I use at work. When something's important, I write 3 stars against it. It's got 3 stars against it. So it's telling me that I was really quite taken aback by it, and pay attention when you get back to this later. And it says of the shopping centre, it will achieve the same overall net lettable floor space for the shopping centres. So for those 2 simple reasons, I haven't gone into much detail. I'll be supporting the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion. Any other speakers for or against? Then I'll enter the debate and I hand the chair over to Councillor Congerton. Just briefly, councillors, we had the deputation from a representative of the developer, and I also was amazed when they said they want to make a lower density development that will allow bigger blocks, and I think that's what people are desirable of. And one of the main reasons for that original structure plan was they were betting that the train station to Allenbrook on the Metropolitan line was going to be further north than originally than it's turned out to be. So they've had to rethink. So for the same reasons as Councillor Johnson, I'll be supporting, or won't be supporting, the motion before us. I prefer the officer's recommendation, purely based on the fact that the shopping centre floor size will remain the same, but people have the opportunity of having a larger lot to live on. Larger lots mean bigger backyards, bigger front yards, bigger rooms, and rooms to plant trees or have more recreation at their own homes. That being said, Councillor Knight, you'll have 3 minutes for your right of reply. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. So just briefly then, Councillor Kiley and Bowman and Catalano, you've articulated a lot better than I ever would. So thank you for that. The shopping centre is going to be 4 stories, not 2 stories. That's what I'm reading here. 4 stories high. Are we going to set a precedent in other suburbs if this goes ahead? I think that we need to be, as has been mentioned, look after the people of Brabham for this one, and I think we would need to vote against it and go back to the developers and hopefully send them a message to try a bit harder. So I'll leave it at that. So thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I'm now going to put the motion. Those in favour. I have Councillor Bowman, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Kiley, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Knight and Councillor Richardson. The motion is lost. Those against were Councillors McCulloch, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Parry, myself, Councillor Congdon, Councillor Johnson and Councillor Prodovnik. Councillor Congdon, you foreshadowed the officer's recommendation. I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
I have nothing more to say, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Parry. Is there anyone against?
Yes, I am.
Would you wish to debate it, Councillor? You wish to debate it, Councillor Kiley? Anyone wish to debate it? Then I'm going to put the motion to the council. Those in favour? I have Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch. The motion is carried. Councillors against were Councillor Richardson, Councillor Knight, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Kiley, Councillor Howlett and Councillor Bowman. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. That takes us to the next item. It's on page 27 of your run sheet. It's item 4.7, SAT reconsideration proposed use of a portion of land for a gym and veterinary, including associated buildings of work at Lot 23 Benara Road, Caversham. It's on page 459 of your agenda, and I'm calling for a mover and a seconder. Thank you. Moved Councillor Congdon, seconded Councillor Parry. Is there anyone against? You have an amendment, Councillor Bowman?
I do, Mr Mayor, and maybe the mover and seconder might be happy to incorporate that in their motion.
Yeah.
I'd be happy with that.
Happy to have that as part of the substantial motion. Thank you, councillors. Is there anyone against the substantial motion with the amendment included, councillors? Being no one against, I declare that carried unanimously, which takes us to the next item. Item 4.8, proposed temporary estate entry signage, Lot 37, Orange Avenue, Upper Swan. It's on page 476. And Councillor Henderson, you have a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that Council resolve to 1. Refuse the application proposed temporary estate entry sign on Lot 37, number 67, Orange Avenue for the following reasons. 1. The scale and illuminated nature of the proposed entry sign is considered to be inconsistent with the rural character and amenity of the Upper Swan locality. 2. The construction is of a permanent nature, being of concrete footings and brick construction, and hence not a temporary nature. 3. Sign illumination adjacent to a rural zone is not considered acceptable. And 2. The applicant is encouraged to consider applying for a smaller sign a short distance into the estate or near Clementine Boulevard or at another location acceptable to the rural community.
I have a seconder, Councillor Zanino. Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare that you carried unanimously and move to the next item. It's item 4.9, proposed third-party signage, land sales, Clementine Estate, Apple Street, Upper Swan and Great Northern Highway. It's on page 486 of the agenda. Councillor Henderson, you have another motion.
Thank you, Mayor, again. I move that Council resolve to 1. Refuse the temporary third-party sign at Lot 42, number 34 Apple Street, Upper Swan, and Lot 43, number 1491 Great Northern Highway, Upper Swan, for the following reason. 1. It is considered that there is an extensive and an unnecessary proliferation of existing estate signage for the Clementine Estate within the Upper Swan locality, and that the proposed sign, by way of their size and proximity to each other, have an adverse visual impact on the rural character and amenity of the locality.
Thank you. Your second, Councillor Zanino. Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare that motion carried. Councillors, the next item is item 4.11. Proposed telecommunications facility, Lot 3, Great Northern Highway in Middle Swan. So I must have missed something. And Councillor Kiley, you said you wish to withdraw that item.
Thank you, Mayor. My motion, councillors, is to refuse the application. Do I need a seconder?
You need a reason.
The reason, it has too much of an impact on the surrounding properties.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Howlett. Is there anyone against? You wish to debate it, Councillor Henderson? No. Do you wish to speak, Councillor Kiley?
Just quickly, Mayor, I made this a late withdrawal simply on the grounds that we simply cannot sit back. We simply cannot sit back and let these sort of applications go through as if they, you know, if they're given, they're going to be approved. I note Councillor Henderson's comments last week about we lose this at SAT pretty well every time, and we might just lose this one. But we have a community to stand up for. I think we need to stand up for this community, and this will be in a residential area. It will be too close to too many houses. I'm still trying to quickly find the number of people. 80. I'll let the seconder talk to the actual details there, because she's probably more capable of finding that in the actual report. But I do recall it affecting a lot of people in the area, and the objections, we got a significant amount of objections in the area. We can't just roll over every time we get an application for a telecommunications pole. There are other options. We have rejected them in the past. We have found that the applicant can put them somewhere else. So I suggest we look at doing this in this instance, reject it, maybe suggest they come back for an alternative area. I do note the Brickworks is possibly in the area, and would it be a suitable site? They could possibly work out a suitable site in that area, which would turn into housing ultimately, but at least it would go in there. Housing could go in and around that. So please reject this. We can't just sit back and let them do this to our community each time. That's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just adding to that, yes, it's about 83 residential dwellings that are affected with a less than a 200-metre setback. It's in the wrong location. It's going to affect the visual amenity of the area, and for some of the properties, it's noted in the officer's report that it will create an extreme impact. 23 submissions were received, and 21 of those objected. There's no doubt that we do require telecommunications infrastructure somewhere in this area, but I just believe that's the wrong location. We should try and find somewhere that doesn't have the impact that this one does.
Thank you. Any speakers against the motion? You wish to speak, Councillor Henderson? Yes, you may. Thank you.
Okay, briefly, councillors. I understand how 5G works. It works on smaller cells and lots of them. And the reality is that if we spend $40,000 to $60,000 on trying to fight this at SAT, which I'm sure it's going to end up in, it's just going to be another loss to our community in terms of funding. The report identifies that the visual impact is small, and the actual reality is that there is no harm that can be done from the radiation at frequencies that this operates at and the power that it operates at. So if we want to put a stake in the sand and say, well, we're not going to move beyond that, we've been there, we've done that, we've been slapped in the teeth. Councillors, can we justify spending that kind of money, our ratepayers' money, losing this battle? And I did say at the agenda forum, why are we dealing with these things when we continually get slapped down? It really is something that we have to consider, because frankly there will be more and more applications for radio telecommunications. And to do that, you've got to put up towers. It's a simple fact. So I did say to one of the residents that contacted me on this, I can't support a refusal because I don't believe we have grounds on which to sustain an argument. If we did, I'd be right there, but I don't see one. So I don't believe we can refuse this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Against? For? Question, Councillor Bowman first.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to the planning staff. Councillor Henderson quoted 40 to 60,000 to defend at SAT. Is that an average figure that we've had before?
Mr Russell, when you're ready, thank you.
Through Mr Mayor, it's difficult to say. If you seek to defend this, you would need to do several things. You will need to engage the city's lawyer. You will need to engage a qualified town planner. You will likely need to engage someone on visual impact assessment. You will do all of that, and if it's over a hearing on planning matters and visual impact assessment, my estimation would be that you'd probably run 3 days for a hearing. And it is very likely, certainly, you would incur costs of up to between $40,000 and $60,000. And I might add, Mr Mayor, and I can say this with total confidence, you'll be doing your money in the outcome.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, you want to speak?
Mr Mayor, I had a couple more questions.
Thank you. Continue, Councillor Bowman.
The report talks about the Old Swan District site, and for whatever reason that didn't happen. Is there a reason for that? And also, has the applicant looked at other more suitable sites in the location? And what comes to my mind is we just talked about aged care on the corner there. Are those sort of things more suitable away from residential?
Mr Russell.
Through Mr Mayor, look, I suppose that might have been a question best put to the proponents last week when they presented to the council. But look, if I could, I think Councillor Henderson is speaking correctly and echoing the comments of the proponent last week. With the new technology, as they've made plain, you require more sites rather than less, because the intensity of the coverage within the desired coverage area, you require more of these facilities. So that's what they've indicated, and you need certain height to get certain coverage. Look, ultimately it comes down to two things as well. The proponent, for the most part, needs to optimise the location for the coverage purposes, but they also need to engage a landowner for a lease. So they might have an optimal site and go to that landowner, and they might say, no, not interested. And they'll go to the second most optimal site and approach that landowner, and they might go, not interested. So this would be a combination here of a site that fulfils the coverage objectives from a radio frequency perspective, as well as a site that they've been able to negotiate and secure a lease on. So those two things need to happen. Certainly, it's open to the council to ask for evidence of the capacity to co-locate or look for low-impact facilities, and low-impact facilities are antenna and dishes attached to an existing structure such as a building. But in relation to the suggestion of the aged care facility at the corner there, again, twofold would happen there. A, it's got to meet the coverage area, and it may or may not do that. And then secondly, they may or may not need to negotiate a lease unless they can acquire it compulsory under the Telco Act. All of those are possibilities, but we're not, at the end of the day around this, we've got to determine this application. The applicant can easily come back and say we couldn't do all of these things for these reasons, and no doubt that would be evidence that they would lead in a hearing. But it gets down to the prospect here. We've got to look at whether this site is acceptable or not, rather than go elsewhere.
Thank you, and I thought I heard a question about the Old Swan District site. That's where they used to have their Optus tower, but when that old Swan Districts Hospital site was decommissioned, that site became unattainable because the ownership had changed hands, etc. So, any other councillors debating? Councillor Johnson, speaking for or against? Thank you.
I'm against the motion.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor, councillors, this is a challenging matter, and if you look at the plan, and I think I might have lost it here, we've got it here. So on page 525, you'll see the location of the Optus facility is basically the top right of the page. You'll see there, and this is a feature we see so many times when these towers are put in place. It is always put right at the edge of the property, and the landowner gets $20,000 a year, I think is the going rate, and the people next door get nothing. And unfortunately, that's just the way it is. You heard me asking a question about whether we could spread the benefit. Well, apparently, no, we can't. In my view, this is something that will need to be taken up by the state government, somehow spreading the benefit of putting the tower in place. And I think you'd find that if the benefit was spread amongst the homeowners nearby, they'd be saying, oh yeah, well my neighbour gets $10,000 a year, but I'm going to get $2,000 a year, and so suddenly it would become quite accessible. So I think we need to see a change of policy. The other point is everybody likes to have the mobile phone coverage and get quite annoyed when they don't get it, but you don't get the coverage without the towers. You've got to have the towers. There's no way around this. And with 5G, there are going to be more and more of these towers. As I often point out to people when they call me, I usually, when they phone me and I'm at home, I walk outside so I can see the tower near to my home, and I say, I'm looking at one right now. And it's right. It's not. It's about 200 or 300 metres away. So it doesn't impact me in any way. This is not ideal, but there's no way around this, and we can't afford $60,000 a time. And I don't know how many towers per kilometre are going to be needed for 5G, but if we start looking at the 1,000 square kilometres of the city of Swan and the numbers of 5G towers per square kilometre times $60,000, I think you'll find we just can't afford it. We can't afford to fight this. I think this is a policy issue, and I think we need to be talking to state government about making the value, the benefit side of these towers available to the neighbours as well as just the landowner. So I'm not supporting it because I think there's a policy vacuum, and we simply cannot afford to fight this anymore. So that's my reason for voting against this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. You have a question, Councillor Podovnik? Can you just turn your microphone?
Yeah, sorry, just in reference to Councillor Johnson's comment about the state government. From what I understand, though, this telecommunications regulation comes under federal government. Is that correct?
I believe that's the case, but Mr Russell is nodding, so it's a federal issue rather than a state. Are there any other speakers? And you're talking about Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, but planning is a state matter, is it not?
Yeah, but Mr Russell?
It is, yes.
So if we were going to propose to spread the law, we'd address that to the state government at a planning level rather than federal level.
As I understand it, Mr Mayor, state legislation can't override federal legislation.
Councillor, any other speakers either for or against the motion? Being no other speakers, Councillor Cole, you have a 3-minute right of reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, this isn't going to cost us $60,000 to $40,000. Optus aren't going to take us straight to SAT, and we're not going to end up in a situation where we're going to have a full hearing of the SAT to deal with this, which would potentially cost us that sort of money. But they might just decide, well, fair enough, this is going to have an impact on the residential amenity and the value of these properties. So maybe we'll move it. Let's reject it in the first instance and see what they come back with. If they want to go to SAT, it'll be a mediated outcome. It won't be a situation where we're going to carry this through. We do have an argument at SAT. The report's got it in there. It says planning does not take into account per se the impact of proposed development on property values, but rather considers the impact of proposed development on the amenity of properties which may be expressed in property value. So we do have a planning argument. And that's supported further in the report, where it says the impact on number 3 Tanner Street and number 3 Afric Street, the monopole presents literally as right outside their house, and the degree of visual impact is considered extreme. As far as the officer's report goes, it says the impact on these two properties is extreme, councillors. It therefore becomes a planning argument that the impact on their property values, they are impacted. And I don't buy that argument that we can't stand up and fight this, that we have to, we can't afford to fight this. We need to just say no to this, see if they can come up with a better location, and then see what happens. It's not going to cost $40,000 to $60,000. If it goes to SAT at all, it'll be a mediated outcome, which would be some expense to the ratepayer, but certainly not anywhere in the vicinity of $40,000. So anybody listening in, please take note of that. It's not going to cost us that sort of money to even get in a conversation with Optus to try and resolve this somehow. It was in a location that wasn't so bad previously. Why can't we find another location in that area? Why do we have to subject decent ratepayers who pay their rates, who have an expectation that we as councillors stand up for them. There's 83...
1 minute left, thank you.
83 ratepayers within a 200 metres area. Come on, councillors, we could find a better place for this, or suggest to Optus that they can. This attitude, this lie-down attitude of can't afford to fight this, is just not acceptable. Say no to Optus, encourage them to go and come back with another plan and see what comes back. It's not going to cost us money. I take on board everything you're saying, Councillor Henderson, but while we do have this opportunity to say no to it, then let's fight it. I mean, if it eventually goes out of our hands, then that's good and well, but while it is before this council, I'm going to fight these sort of things, or suggest we fight it anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to put it to the vote. Those councillors in favour of Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Kiley, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Zanino and Councillor Knight. The motion is lost. Those against the motion were Councillors McCulloch, Councillor Richardson, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Parry, myself, Councillor Congerdon, Councillor Johnson and Councillor Bowman. I need a motion, councillors. Well, I'm waiting for a mover and a seconder. Moved Councillor McCulloch, seconded Councillor Parry. Is there anyone against? Do you wish to debate it, councillors? I'm going to...
Of order, Mr Mayor.
Yes.
Nothing was foreshadowed in motion in the debate previously, so I believe we move on to the next item.
I'll take some advice from Ms Albrecht or the CEO.
Mr Mayor, my understanding is that there wasn't a foreshadowed motion during the debate. You'd closed the debate and the item now has lapsed.
Thank you. We'll just lapse that item. There is no...
Can I get some further explanation on that, Mayor? Sorry, I've just excuse my lack of knowledge in that area, but... I've got a question as well.
Well, okay. Well, let Ms Albrecht try to explain what's occurred. We had a motion before council. It was not successful. No one foreshadowed the officer's recommendation during their debate. So that motion, as far as I'm aware, and I'll take guidance from Ms Albrecht or CEO or Councillor Bowman, that there is no motion before us now.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, there's nothing that has been moved now. The item for the deferral has now actually been lost and you haven't had a foreshadowed to go back to the officer's recommendation.
Mr Mayor, if I may, I believe it's possible to bring it up as urgent business.
I don't consider it to be an urgent item of business, Councillor. Will you just bear with us for a moment, thank you, councillors.
It's up to you, Mr Mayor, if you want to
Allow.
This, in relation to the foreshadowed, Amanda's saying that there's nothing in the meeting procedures local law, so you can allow that if you wanted to, as the presiding member.
To allow the officer's recommendation.
If the councillor wanted to move.
I'll just take your Councillor Bowman. You brought it to my attention there would be no foreshadowed motion. Would you be against the fact if I allowed a motion from the floor?
Mr Mayor, the meeting procedure local laws clearly state that a motion needs to be foreshadowed during debate. It wasn't, and as such, that item's been done and dusted now.
Can you point out where it says in the meeting procedures that exact point? Thank you.
Give me a couple of minutes to pick it up and read it.
Question, Mr Mayor. It's been our normal practice when a motion fails in this way to move on immediately to the officer's recommendation.
Yes, I know it's been a normal practice, but I had an objection for that from Councillor Bowman. I'm now asking him to explain where it is in our local...
Mayor, while Councillor Bowman's looking at it, can I move that we move the officer recommendation for 4.11?
No, that's the item we're talking about, Councillor Kiley. Yes.
Can I make a suggestion for 4.9 in terms of interpreting?
Dealt with 4.9, Councillor Catalano.
Oh, no, sorry, 4.11, which was, it was a refusal. So that means that an motion did exist prior to that. That's why it's being refused. If you don't have an item, a recommendation to begin with, then you've got nothing to refuse. So in fact, it is a refusal of the motion that was proposed in the agenda. So in fact, it is actually there in the agenda, and that's one way of interpreting that.
Thank you. As I said, I've had an objection raised by Councillor Bowman. I'm giving him the opportunity to point that out in our meeting procedures. He asked for a couple of minutes. I'm happy to give him that couple of minutes.
And Mr Mayor, just to be clear, my understanding would be that we could include it in the motions that we've put through as in bulk.
Well, the problem was, Councillor Henderson, the item was withdrawn to take it out of that en bloc voting, so we can't add it in at this point. Okay, councillors, I'm just allowing Councillor Bowman the opportunity to find the point he's trying to make.
Mr Mayor, for the expediency of the meeting, just continue. I won't object.
Okay, thank you. I'm now looking for a...
Move the staff recommendation, Mr
Councillor Parry, seconded Councillor McCulloch. Is there anyone against? Yes. Do you wish to debate it, Councillor Catalano? I'm going to put the officer's recommendation to the council. Those in favour? I have Councillor Johnson, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch. If you just keep your hands up, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that means there'll be 7 against. So, yes. Those against were Councillor Bowman, Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Kiley, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Knight and Councillor Zanino. So I've got a 7 all. I will cast my deciding vote in the way I've voted previously and support the officer's recommendation and declare the item carried. Thank you, councillors.
I don't understand why we've got a 7 all. I'm sorry, we've got 15. Oh, sorry, I didn't notice that. Thank you.
Thank you. So the officer's recommendation was carried when I cast a deciding vote. Councillors, that takes us to item 4.13, and Councillor Johnson has declared a proximity interest. Don't go too far. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Once Councillor Johnson has left the chamber, I'll be seeking a motion from the floor. Moved Councillor Congdon, seconded Councillor Parry. Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare it carried unanimously with Councillor Johnson out of the chamber. We can please recall Councillor Johnson. He's back. Thank you. That takes us to item 4.14, use of land for a place of worship, including associated buildings and works, car parking areas, access and civil works at lot 325 Great Northern Highway, Upper Swan. It's on page 557. And Councillor Bowman, you have a motion.
Yes, Mr Mayor, 4.14. That council resolves to refuse the proposed place of worship at lot 235, number 1391, Great Northern Highway, Upper Swan, for the following reasons. The proposed church, by way of its appearance and its operation, which will generate noise, will have an adverse impact on the rural character and amenity of the locality. And number 2, request that as part of the review of the city's local planning scheme number 17 and the formulation of a new local planning scheme in 2022-23, that city staff consider the appropriate locations for place of worship uses within zones throughout the city of Swan.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Being no seconder, the motion lapses. I'm now looking for a motion from the floor. You're moving the officer's recommendation. Councillor McCulloch, do I have a seconder? Councillor Congdon, is there anyone against? You wish to debate it, Councillor Bowman? Then I'm going to put it to the council. Those in favour of the officer's recommendation? I have Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Richardson, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Parry, myself, Councillor Congdon, Councillor Catalano and Councillor Johnson and Councillor Prodovnik. I declare the motion carried. Those against were Councillor Bowman, Councillor Kiley, Councillor Knight. The motion is carried as per the officer's recommendation. Thank you, councillors. That takes us to the next item. And Councillor Howlett was also against. Thank you. Item 5.1, proposed temporary closure of portion of Beach Road North, Whiteman, and it's on page 590. And I call for a mover and a seconder of the officer's recommendation. Move Councillor Kiley, seconded Councillor Parry. Do you wish to start the debate? No. And Councillor Congdon, you have an amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The proposed amendment is that amend Part 1 as follows. For a period of 20 months commencing prior to the 11th of February 2022. Item 2, add the following conditions to approval: that Belfin Drive and Marshall Road be a sign-posted alternative route rather than the proposed non-signed posted alternative route. That the closure shall not commence until the roundabout at Hepburn Avenue and Belfin Drive is completed. The applicant undertakes traffic counts on Belfin Drive during the closure at 6 monthly intervals and submits the results to the City. The reason for the amendment is to reduce the inconvenience caused by the road closure.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Knight. Is there anyone against? So the amendment becomes part of the substantive motion. Is there anyone against the substantive motion as amended? You're against, Councillor Henderson. You wish to debate it? No. I'm going to put the motion to the chamber. Those in favour of the officer's recommendation as amended by Councillor Congdon. I have Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Kiley, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Knight, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Richardson and Councillor McCulloch. The two against were Councillor Bowman and Councillor Henderson. The motion is carried. Thank you. The next item is item 5.2, proposed temporary closure of portions of Drumpulia Drive, Whiteman. It's on page 622, and there's a motion by Councillor Bowman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Move that Council resolves to reject the application for the temporary road closure of portions of Drumpulia Drive and request that Malconks provide an improved option and record the reason for changing officer recommendations are 22 months is too long. The closure will create dangerous rat running through streets of Allenbrook. The detour directs all traffic to two roundabouts located at Park Street and Starflower Road and at Drumpulia Drive and Park Street that are not suitable for the projected increase in traffic, and for the changes to the Penasta Drive and Nengara Road roundabout to facilitate the flow of traffic are neither known nor started.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kiley. Is there anyone against? There is. You wish to debate it, Councillor Congdon?
Yes, I do. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman, you have 5 minutes for your debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, 22 months is too long, and there are many examples of significantly more complex intersections in the metropolitan area that have taken less time to construct, and these did not need a full road closure. The upgrades to Penasta and Nengara Road roundabout, I was not even aware of what was proposed until earlier this week. Even the person giving the deputation could not provide any details. When will this work be underway? When it will be completed? I have since been told staff advised it will be early Feb. The detour will result in significant rat running throughout Allenbrook, but especially Penasta. I showed the detour plans to my 11-year-old son, and he said to me, "Why wouldn't the cars just go down Penasta?" There are other options available that do not seem to be considered. Was this situation of let's just try what's easy for the contractor and then they can go from there? I am no engineer, but even I can see it's easy to put a diversion road to avoid the double roundabout at Park Street and Starflower and Park Street and Drumpelia. And let's face it, councillors, Perth drivers and roundabouts leave a lot to be desired. And when you have two so close to each other and then add thousands and thousands of extra cars, we all know what the end result could be. The intersection itself and Drumpelia and Nangara looks like the most basic of solutions that, quite honestly and brutally, is a very poor decision and was any consideration given to the future. Once built, any future traffic issues cannot be addressed. Why is there no attempt to grade separation? Nangara Road, we know, will become busier and busier. It won't be long before grade separations at most intersections will be considered, but this will now no longer be possible at Drumpelia and Nangara. Who is designing this intersection and for whose benefit? Main Roads, PTA. Who has determined the need to close this intersection for 22 months and put in place the proposed detour? Is this the benefit of PTA, Main Roads or the contractor, as it's not obvious that it's for the benefit of the residents? It appears to me that perhaps the contract was for a design and build. I'm left asking the question, is this all about what is the easiest and cheapest solution to the problem of getting the train line across Nangara? Residents of Allenbrook and users of this road need to be considered as well, and I do not believe this has been the situation, and as such I'm asking for a better solution to what has been provided.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Kiley.
Mayor, I seconded it to hear the debate and have nothing further to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers against the motion, Councillor Congdon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I have no doubt that the referencing to the rat run and the inconvenience is going to be somewhat true. However, the residents of Ellenbrook have demonstrated very strongly that they want the train. If we start looking at delaying this further and further to get an alternative route, then it's going to take a little bit longer before that train is put in place. Yes, I agree that 22 months is too long, but this would then go on to be longer than 22 months with a changed directions, and we could see this blow out to 26 months potentially. I would just like to remind all the councillors in the room that the Minister has the power to close portions of Drumpelia. The Minister has the power to close the roads even if we say, no, we're not happy. They will go ahead, or she can go ahead and make that decision without this council making it.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, councillors and Mayor. Look, Councillor Congdon is absolutely dead right. The Minister will tell us what to do if we reject the proposal. More importantly, though, what's the impact of this? The impact of this is going to be absolutely huge. I don't know if anyone's actually driven those roads of a morning, but I'll tell you what, they get pretty congested already. The thing that concerns me the most is I've been lobbied quite heavily by the Swan Valley Tourism Alliance and by restaurant and other operators on West Swan Road, saying that in terms of Rat Run, we're going to see a massive amount of traffic slip back onto West Swan Road rather than use Drumpelia. Because when Drumpelia was opened, we actually got our tourist route back. It became much more user-friendly. And the fact of the matter is that this will massively increase that traffic. So in that respect, from my ward perspective, the community there are quite concerned that such an extended period of time is going to impact their businesses. Absolutely, people want a train. The point was made about the proposal at Drumpelia and and Nangara is cheap. Well, exactly that. It is cheap, and that's a problem, because when you take that along with all of the land that's been swiped off Whiteman Park, and all the trees have been wiped out, we end up in a quick, cheap and dirty result, and the committee are going to have to pay for that along the way. That's what I don't like. There was another key point there, but I'll move on. The fact of the matter is, this is timed for about 2023, obviously, and I can understand the political a desire to get that to happen, and it means that to make it happen in that time frame, the community are going to have to cop it for 22 plus months, whereas if it was done properly and diversion roads were put in or whatever, I think we could get a much better outcome. But as has been said, it's been done cheaply, and the community are going to have to pay for it. So I'm not going to cop that. I'm more than happy to support the motion.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion. You got a question, Councillor Bowman, or are you speaking for or against?
Question. Question for staff.
Question to staff first, and then Councillor McCulloch's next.
The northbound lane of Drumpellier is closed. Is it possible that we could have a just in the mornings using the other lane for the southbound traffic or something like that, and in the afternoon using that same lane for the north on a time? Does that make sense?
Mr. Coaten?
That's not what's proposed. That's perhaps a little bit like of what Councillor Bowman is suggesting to look at other options. So that's not proposed as part of the closure application. So the intention of the closure is separating vehicles from the construction site.
Councillor McCulloch.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, I suppose we need to look at, do we want a train line or not? Yes, we can look at and predict with our crystal ball as to the rat runs and how that's going to unpack. What we could do, what we could consider over the coming weeks or months. Other options will take time, and it'll take a lot of time, and we're already looking at 22 months. Our community has desperately needed this form of transport for years. They've demanded this for many years, and we're seeing this come to fruition. It's a massive project, and over the years of the planning, a lot of this has been considered, and the road networks and the closures have been considered. Yes, we had submissions, and yes, we had objections in regards to the closures. There were 26 responses, but if we look at the thousands and thousands of people that will benefit from this project and the potential hundreds of or thousands of people that may have objected, they didn't. So the proposed staging is going to provide a significantly shorter overall duration of works. And if you go through the report and unpack what they've looked at, how they've considered aspects of this, it makes sense. And it makes sense to continue and to see this part of the project come to fruition so that we can get our train line. So, councillors, have a look. Make sure that you've seen those aspects of the report, and know that those options, including Tonkin Highway, that has been with us for the last couple of years, has provided another great access route and is very well utilised and will be very well utilised while this road is closed.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Any other speakers for or against the motion? Then I'm going to enter the debate, and I hand the chair over to Councillor Congdon. Thank you, Councillor Congdon. Councillors, I would like to be able to support the motion of Councillor Bowman, but there's a couple of key issues why I can't. and one relates to the safety of the workers on the site. You may recall about 18 months ago there was a road worker killed on Reed Highway, not far from Eltone Road, when they were doing some additional roadworks because we allowed the road to remain open. I think there's been two others, one more fatal crash and another one where a worker may have lost his legs. So I think the safety issue is very important for me. Yes, everyone gets peeved when we have a delay in going to where we want to and roadworks are going on. You go anywhere in the state of WA and there are roadworks going on. But a year or so after that, we then enjoy the benefits of being delayed and slowed up for that period of time. So I think to get the job done in as quick a possible time, Malconnex have got a road closure in. It's also for the safety of their workers who I think deserve that, so that cars aren't travelling in close proximity to them. I think that's a very important consideration. But overall, it will be a shorter time frame of the road being closed, other than having it staged in certain areas. And yes, it's just something we have to put up with in this modern day. This is a major piece of infrastructure, and I think everyone would like to see it completed with the road closure as short as time as possible. And that's why I can't support Councillor Bowman's motion. And having said that, Councillor Bowman, I hand back to you, and you've got your right to reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Congdon.
Ellenbrook people have waited way too long for the train. We all know that. The train is coming. I'm not saying no to some type of road closure, but what I'm saying no to is this road closure. They've taken the easiest option that they can do and put it onto us, the residents. Mr Mayor, you talk about safety of those who are working there. I agree, but I actually also value the safety of the residents and ratepayers of Ellenbrook, Aveley, the Vines, Upper Swan and everyone else that are going to have to go through this detour. The safety of those people when they try to navigate double roundabouts at Park Street, Drumpallia, Park Street, Starflower. 22 months. Yep, some people say that's not too long. But what I'm saying is let's look at a better option. There are better options. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying stop it. I'm not saying, hey, the train's not coming or anything like that. But what I am saying is let's look at the best option that's available for our residents and ratepayers who are required to use this road.
Thank you, councillors. I'm now going to put the motion. Those in favour? I have Councillor Bowman, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Knight, Councillor Zanino and Councillor Henderson. I believe that was 6. The motion is lost. Those against were myself, Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Kiley, Councillor Councillor Congdon, Councillor Parry, Councillor Richardson and Councillor McCulloch. Sorry, it's getting late. The motion is lost, councillors. Now, I didn't hear or I don't recall anyone foreshadowing the officer's recommendation. You're moving from the floor, Councillor McCulloch. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kiley. Is there anyone against? Do you wish to debate it, Councillor Bowman? I'll now put the officer's recommendation as moved by Councillor McCulloch, seconded by Councillor Parry. Councillor Kiley. Those in favour? I have Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Kiley, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Richardson, Councillor McCulloch. I believe that is 8, and the motion is carried. All the other councillors were against. You got that, Megan? Thank you. The next item, councillors, is item 5.3, indefinite temporary closure application, Railway Parade Upper Swan, page 638. And I need a mover and a seconder. Thank you, councillors. Yep. Moved Councillor Congdon, seconded Councillor Kiley. Thank you. You wish to open the debate, Councillor Congdon. Reserve. Councillor Kylie is the second. You reserve your right. Councillor Zanino, you have an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we insert a part 2 as follows, and subsequently number 2, defer the lifting of the existing temporary barrier closure at the location until the roundabout at the intersection of Apple Street and Great Northern Highway has been completed and the intersection of Railway Parade and Great Northern Highway has been converted to a left-in, left-out arrangement. And the reason for the amendment is that the left-in, left-out arrangement will reduce traffic on Railway Parade.
You're seconding that, Councillor Henderson. Is there anyone against the amendment?
A question.
Question, Councillor Johnson.
I'm just wondering about the effect of the word defer there. So this cannot be a deferment motion. We're just using the word defer to say delay the lifting of the existing barrier. Is that correct?
Councillor Zanino.
It's got the same meaning, defer it. You're deferring making a decision until the roundabout and the left in and left out has been completed, because otherwise it's just going to create problems.
I'm questioning if we've basically moved a motion, we've got a motion and we've got part of it is deferring it. So it's not a deferment amendment. Such a thing can't exist. It just means delaying the lifting. So
Okay.
we're approving it. So I think it's not clear in its form.
I think Mr. Coaten wants to answer your question. Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, it's not deferring the motion, it's deferring the lifting of the existing temporary barrier closure. So councillors previously put in place a temporary barrier closure which was to be lifted on a number of conditions, and this is adding the condition that the left in, left out is completed so that the lifting of it will be deferred until then. So it's not deferring the motion, it's just deferring the lifting of the existing closure.
That's what I wanted to be clear about, because that's different to Councillor Carley's motion, which is to defer the item, and it's different to my motion, which achieves the same thing but without actually using the word defer, which is why it's 10 times longer.
So you're satisfied with the answer,
Yeah,
Councillor
I'm
Johnson?
satisfied with the answer. So this is not deferring a decision. We are making a decision to defer lifting of the existing
That's
temporary
correct.
barrier. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll ask, is there anyone against the amendment? You are. Do you wish to debate it, Councillor Kiley?
Myself in a bit of a bind, having been seconded, Mayor.
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor, if you like.
No, can't do that. So I'm going to ask, is there anyone against the amendment? You are?
The amendment was and Councillor Henderson.
That's right, and I've got to put that to the vote to adopt it as part of the substantive motion. So that's what I'm going to do now.
But aren't you again?
Well,
Because I'm seconder of the substantive.
Substantive.
So you
This
can
is the
speak
amendment.
against the amendment.
You can talk to it. Yeah.
So Councillors Zanino and Henderson are the mover of the seconder of the amendment. Do you wish to speak now?
I think that the amendment is very self-explanatory. The amendment is that the barriers or the closure remains in place until the works at the roundabout on Apple Street and Great Northern Highway, and also the left-in, left-out on Great Northern Highway and Railway Parade are actually finished. If those works are not finished and the closure is opened, it's going to create huge problems for the local residents. Because if you have a look at the people that are objecting to the closure, they're all people that are trying to use Railway Parade as a rat run to get to Great Northern Highway. So once the left-in, left-out arrangement is completed, then they won't be using that as a rat run because they'll only be able to turn left, not right. and that will alleviate most of those traffic problems for the local residents. Therefore, I think everybody in this chamber should be supporting the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson is the seconder.
I think it's self-explanatory. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Speaker against, Councillor Kiley.
Councillors, I'm a little with the new system. I'm trying to weigh up where I get to speak on this, but there's a clear need for a clear request from the community to keep this barrier closed, keep it there, full stop, keep it there for perpetuity. So I know I've seconded the motion, but I would suggest that we set this Councillor Zanino's or the officer's motion, the amendment and the officer recommendation aside, and look to defer this item until the Apple Street Great Northern Highway roundabout has been completed, and then make a decision. So that's what I would like to do. I know I've seconded the substantive motion, but I will be voting against that as well. But I appreciate this is a better outcome, Councillor Zanino, but it's not the outcome the community want, as far as I know. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers to the amendment, for or against? Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, look, councillors, I just want to make a few comments on this. If you look at this, it's clear what is intended by Councillor Zanino's motion, but because of the word defer in it, I think it's misled Councillor Kiley into thinking it's a deferment. And exactly. So, and unfortunately, what's happened is because Councillor Kiley thought it was a deferment, he has willingly fallen into the trap of getting involved in being the mover and seconder. So what happens here is, in this current process that we're following, this good governance process, it's actually causing problems. It means that the mover and seconder, when they are moving and seconding the motion, they're basically stuck. They can't amend. And they have nothing to say. They can really no longer contribute very much. It's not a good process. I think we need to stop doing it. For the purposes of this motion, we've got a good outcome. It's exactly what my much more complex motion, I believe, would have achieved, but without using the word defer. So I'd urge everybody to support Councillor Zanino's motion, and I think we need to look at revising the way we're doing this amendment process, because I don't believe it's working. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. You touched on other items outside the actual amendment. But from my recollection, the mover and the seconder have never been allowed to amend the motion once they've moved and seconded it. So in that regard, nothing has changed. Any other speakers, councillors? You want to use your right of reply to your amendment, Councillor Zanino? Okay, this is for the amendment, councillors only. Those in favour of the amendment? I have Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Richardson, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Knight, Councillor Parry, myself, Councillor Congdon. It's unanimous.
We went around and two more hands went up.
Thank you, councillors. So the amendment becomes part of the substantive motion. Is there anyone against the substantive motion with the amendment? Well, if there's no one against, I'll declare that carried. Thank you. So we skip 2 pages, councillors, and we go to item 5.4, Midlands Men's Shed, and it's on page 673. Councillor Howlett.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I propose that the council resolve to support the Midland Men's Shed workshop extension on the condition that no trees are removed. And 2, record the reasons for changing the officer's recommendation as 1, there appears to be adequate cleared space on site. 2, alternative design and location options have not been presented to council. And 3, mature trees provide ecological value through the biohabitat they provide and the 22 kilograms of carbon they absorb annually, and this cannot be mitigated through the planting of replacement young trees.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Catalano. Is there anyone against? There is, and you wish to debate it? Thank you. As the mover, Councillor Howlett, you've got 5 minutes for your debate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I support the men's shed completely, and I do want their workshop extension to continue. I acknowledge the value to the community that the men's shed provides for both men in the city of Swan and also men in the neighbouring areas of Kalamunda and Mundaring. And I acknowledge that they've received grant funding, which is wonderful, to build this workshop of $152,000 that really is for this financial year period that we're in now. However, I do believe that an alternate design using existing cleared space on the site would allow the workshop to both be built and avoid trees being removed. When I did a site visit, it seems that the current design for the building is about 2 metres too wide, and because of that, the trees in the way. However, and I'm not an architect or a building designer, but my mind says if we were to perhaps extend the length of the workshop, the same amount of floor space can be achieved. It would just fit into the envelope of cleared site already, and that's on one of the options that I spotted. Recently, the Blackadder Woodbridge Catchment Group have been down and identified 6 nesting hollows in this particular mature tree, which is a flooded gum, and that's the one that's cited to be removed if we go ahead with the officer's recommendation. And 6 nesting hollows is very significant. It reminds us of how vital a mature tree is to our ecology and the biohabitat it provides. So that's why I would like you to support this motion to get the building built using existing cleared space and not chop down any trees.
Thank you. Councillor Catalano is the second. Do you have a question, Councillor Kiley?
Is there any requirement, staff, through you, Mayor, is there any requirement for it to be parallel with the existing walls? Could it be angled? I don't know why it needs to be parallel with the existing men's shed. With the purpose of avoiding the tree, of course.
Yeah. There were a range of options that were looked at. So the location was chosen so that it was in the general vicinity of the men's shed because they wanted it close to the section of the building that they occupy, and that was due to a variety of reasons. Obviously, just the convenience and the walking distance. There's also a number of elderly and disabled men who go there, so they didn't want to be have to travel too far to it. Proximity to the power source was another reason. So there's no reason it has to be exactly there, but there were a range of options that were looked at. Some of the other cleared spaces would be losing parking bays and things like that. So there was a lot of options that were looked at. So they weren't opposed to sort of like moving it in that general area, but we weren't able to find a location that met their requirements.
Councillor Catalano is the seconder.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, I'm not against the men's shed either. I think it's a great thing to have, but we've really got to weigh that up against, basically damaging our environment, because we have actually got to that point now where, and I think I've said it quite a few times already, but I'm going to keep saying it because, you know what? We're never going to stop hearing it now, because the more trees we chop down of these kind of mature trees, the less environmental values we have, and so it becomes even more important for them to be retained and for us to find solutions so that we can build around them, coexist with our natural environment. We're going to have to do it. We might as well do it now, because it's imperative now. We've only got 5% of the original extent of the Guildford complex vegetation, of which Eucalyptus rudus are part of. And that's the Guildford complex is the heavy clay soils of the eastern coastal plains. And there's only 5% of the original vegetation left. And it is as important as to be noted as Goal 5 in the city's own local biodiversity strategy, and that that vegetation is to be retained. Right, so let's think about possible solutions. I went down and had a look, and I noticed that this tree is indeed significant. It might not be massively huge, but actually the Eucalyptus rudus in that part of the Swan, in that part of the coastal plain, but that's that sort of Guildford. Well, there we go. The Guildford soils, but actually it's that Midvale area. They have a smaller kind of Eucalyptus rudus, and that's all part of the biodiversity that we have and that we live with. Eucalyptus rudus that you find on the Swan River is actually not exactly the same as the Eucalyptus rudus that you find down in Midvale. It's just like people. We're all people, but we're all different. That is what biodiversity is all about. So every kind of subspecies of these massive trees, they've got their own environment, their own ecological environment. They've got their own ecological community. And I handed out the books tonight because there's actually a little chapter in there about Eucalyptus rudus, and those ones actually are from the Swan River, or actually that part of the Blackadder Creek. But you'll see that there's some amazing kind of insects that live on these Eucalyptus rudus. And I saw a photograph the other day of a caterpillar that looks exactly like the branch, like a little bit of the sort of wood of a branch. And that's because that caterpillar lives specifically on Eucalyptus rudus. That's why it looks like that. That's why it can camouflage like that. It needs that tree. And the thing about these old trees...
You have 1 minute left, thank you.
...is that these insects and larvae and the caterpillars, they suck the sap of the trees to produce sugars, fats and proteins. And it's these elements that actually keep our birds alive. These are the organisms that keep our birds going, that feed birds and reptiles. And that's a part of the whole web of life that we have around us. So I did see spaces there around the existing building, and I think that we can do it. I think that a shed can be built for the men's shed that isn't very far from where it's proposed tonight. I mean, it's just like 4 or 5 metres. It's not too far to walk. I mean, there is the car park as well. But we can move our buildings, but we cannot ever replace this tree. I've planted thousands and thousands and thousands of trees in the last 30 years, and I will never, ever see any of them get to this size.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano.
Yep. I have a question.
Question, Councillor Podovnik.
Just to Mr. Coaten, Councillor Howlett suggested a design. Is that possible?
Mr. Coaten.
Well, in terms of the design, if you're referring to the narrower shed, that certainly is possible, but I don't believe it would meet the needs of the men's shed. So they are quite specific about the design for the needs of what they've got. So a lot of time has been spent with them trying to find options. So it would be possible, but I understand it wouldn't meet their needs.
Can you please tell us a bit more about what those needs are, just so that we're clear?
My understanding is that they're generally, as I outlined earlier, that there's a number of elderly and disabled gentlemen in the group, so they want it to be in the general proximity of the existing shed, which is at one end of the overall building. So it needs proximity to power. One of the other things also is that it's got to be within the asset protection zone for the BAL assessment, the bushfire assessment. So moving it one way may move it within, and I think it's 6 metres of the existing trees, and those trees would then require to be removed even though they weren't impacted by the building. So there's also the requirement for the BAL assessment as well, has to be factored into it as well.
Question, Councillor Knight.
Question, thank you, Mayor. To Mr. Coaten, why couldn't the shed just be rotated 90 degrees? It looks like it would fit. If that was would you agree with that?
Well, if it was rotated 90 degrees, it would be within 6 metres of that existing tree. So in terms of the bushfire assessment, it would need to be. It couldn't remain there. That tree couldn't remain even if it was rotated at 90 degrees.
Any other questions, councillors? Before Councillor Johnson, you got a question?
Yeah, I've got a question. Mr Mayor, through you to whichever member of staff is appropriate. If we pass this motion, is there any risk of the men's shed losing their funding?
Mr Coaten?
Well, I don't think the men's shed would be able to build a shed that satisfied their requirements. I can't comment on whether or not they'd be willing to build one that didn't satisfy their requirements. Obviously, if they're not willing to build one that doesn't satisfy their requirements, then the money would be lost. If they were willing to build one that didn't satisfy their requirements, then perhaps it could be done. But I can't speak for the men's shed.
And on page 675, under the financial implications, Councillor Johnson state the Midland Men's Shed received a state government grant with the value and the terms of the agreement may be impacted if the acquittal dates are delayed. So you can read into that what you like. Councillor Parry, you're speaking against the motion. You'll have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to bring Council's attention to point 5 on page 673. The City has researched alternative positions for the shed, however no suitable alternatives have been identified. The BAL requires a 6 metre clearance from any trees. Alternative options recommended by the architect would require 1 or more trees to be removed. In regards to page 674 under details, City officers have investigated alternative locations for the shed. Meeting on sites with the men's shed group resulted in no alternative positions that were deemed suitable. City staff instructed the architects completing the design to investigate the feasibility of other options. However, no viable alternatives have been found. Several options were considered, although due to BAL requirements, they would all would result in 1 or more trees needed to be removed. This is no further location within lot that can accommodate the shed existence for it to remain fit for purpose and compliant for the MMS. Now, in regards to Councillor Howlett's motion, I reread point 1 to support the men's shed work extension on the condition that no trees are removed. The biggest issue is that there is no alternative option in regards to this. And if they have no alternative option in regards to this, they may lose their funding. Now, it's important about the environment. I do get saving as many trees as possible. However, there is also men's mental health that is quite important as well. And having a facility like that will support men in that area as well. So I think it's more important that we, I think it's quite important that we continue on with the design, support the staff recommendation and move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Speaker against the motion. Councillor Prodovnik first.
Yeah, this is a really tough one. Look, I know the Midland Men's Shed have been working on this for a really, really long time. I know that originally there were 5 trees that had to go, and the Midland Men's Shed worked as hard as they could to save as many trees as they could, and they just can't work around one tree. Now, the city is working with traditional owners here, and I know a replacement tree will be planted on the site. If this motion fails, I will foreshadow moving the officer's recommendation, because I simply can't support denying the Midland Men's Shed the opportunity to extend their premises with their current funding so that they can offer more men a place to meet. In my view, that's not a good outcome for our community. For the first 6.5 years, the Midland Men's Shed had to operate without their own workshop, and their membership grew significantly when they were able to use a section of a building in Midvale. Today, there's 114 members of the Midland Men's Shed. They want to open their doors to more members, and proceeding with their extension will help them do this. A bigger space will give them more room to work with welfare groups and agencies to help men connect and have good mental health outcomes. Please support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. First of all, I'd just like to congratulate Councillor Parry on quoting Mrs Thatcher there. Margaret Thatcher, he said there is no alternative.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. If we can keep to the point
and
keep your comments respectful.
Oh, it is respectful. He's quoting a famous successful political leader. Now, councillors, the reason I mention that point is I think there are alternatives. So I've been down there, not recently, but I have been shown the site by representatives of the Men's Shed. And when I was there, I said to them, well, why can't you put the shed where the sea containers are? And I think that's possibly an option that's been overlooked here. I think the motion gives Mr Cohn and his staff one more time to go and talk to the men's shedders and ask them, is there another way of achieving this in the time frame? Are there any options you've overlooked? And I do wonder whether that sea container option has been overlooked. And maybe I perhaps, because someone else is bound to ask the question, I'd like to ask it now. Through you, Mr Mayor, to Mr Cohn, did we look at that? Did you look at that option of moving the sea containers and putting the new shed in that location?
I'm not aware if that specifically was looked at, but presumably the sea containers were moved, they would be needed. They would still be needed and be needed to move somewhere else. So you'd just be swapping one problem with another.
Yeah. But the sea containers could move to different locations. It would be possible to put the building in the location of the sea containers and move the sea containers to a different location. They don't all need to be together. I think that's an option that could be looked at. The other thing that struck me was when Councillor Howlett was talking about the tree has 6 nesting hollows. Well, I guess that's 6 pairs of birds that aren't going to have anywhere to nest. And if you've ever seen the effect of a tree being knocked down and the birds that were nesting in the tree flapping around trying to find their tree that's been conveniently removed, it's quite sad. So, my view, there is an alternative. We can give it one more go. The impact of this motion will be to just have one more look and say, is it possible in any way to do this without removing a tree? I'm absolutely convinced it can be done, and that's why I'm supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Congdon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's pretty sad when we start talking about the removal of a tree. However, I think the commentary on page 673 that was referred to earlier by Councillor Parry, the city has researched alternative positions for the shed. I just need to remind councillors about the BAL and what the BAL actually is. So it's the bushfire alert level that's required on any development when we start talking about a site that is so wooded. Now, if you start to look at an alternative of flipping it, moving it, changing it, moving it away, moving it forward, I would suggest that a new BAL would have to be prepared. I don't think you can use the existing BAL. You've got to have a new BAL. So when you go down and start talking, let's change it, let's move it, think of the consequences that's there for the men's shed in getting the delivery of the workshop that they want. I received correspondence from the men's shed in the last couple of days, and they are imploring council to let this proceed so they can move on with the objects of their association. Councillors, let them have this built and move on with the objects of their association to increase their members and all of the other associated social benefits that come with a men's shed.
Thank you. Call for a speaker against the motion. Speaker for the motion. Councillor Bowman, thank you.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment. I know Council has already foreshadowed the officer's original recommendation, which unfortunately is very similar to this one. So my amendment will be delete the words "no trees are removed" and replace with 10 flooded gums trees be planted on the lot.
I'm just trying to see where that fits in. So in what part of the...
Number one. At the top. Can you just go up to the one, please? Yeah.
No trees removed. 10 flooded gums trees be planted on the lot.
No, and it wouldn't work anyway.
So I've got a motion. I just want to get it on the whiteboard before I call for a seconder. No, you're saying delete no trees be removed and then insert 10 flooded gum trees be planted on the lot. Is it?
Happy to take advice from officers if they think it's a better spot, but I'm just looking at what was in the original recommendation. It was obviously 1. I'm saying 10.
The reason I'd suggest in the vicinity of the site, it may well be possible to plant 10 on there, but that may impact on the bell. So if the wording was in the vicinity, then we would be able to do that.
So I've received advice the amendment is valid. I'm calling for a seconder to the amendment.
A question, Mr Mayor.
First of all,
how can it be valid if it's so contrary to the purpose of Councillor Howlett's motion? Because Councillor Howlett's motion is to prevent the tree from being removed, but this allows the tree to be removed. It's completely converse to it.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the intent of the motion is to support the Midland men's shed. So the intent is still to support. What Councillor Bowman is asking is that a condition in his amendment is in relation to trees. So the intent of supporting is still there.
Thank you. Councillor McCulloch, you're the second to the amendment. Is there anyone against the amendment? Thank you. You wish to debate it? Thank you. Councillor Bowman, you'll have 5 minutes to start your debate. Thank you. Councillors, I'll just draw your attention. It's now just past 10 p.m. and I'd seek your direction from yourselves whether we continue to debate this item and then perhaps adjourn for the evening or continue on. So I'll seek direction from councillors if you're happy to complete this item and then adjourn at the end of this item. Is that the consensus of everyone? No one against? Then that's what we'll do. We'll finish after this item. So, Councillor Bowman, you've got 5 minutes to debate your amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, every councillor's made great points, and I see this as a compromise. It might not be the compromise that some councillors want, but I see it as a positive compromise. I'm not changing the intent of the motion. I'm still recommending approval, and as such, I've moved this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor McCulloch is a seconder.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, yes, ideally to retain our older growth trees and to do that is our first priority. Where that's not possible, and in very few cases now, and I think we're always looking to be retaining these trees, looking at the greater urgency to do that. In this case, we're weighing up aspects of our environment and sustainability with men's mental health and the needs of our community. And where the shed is, it is just not possible. I visit our local men's shed in Ellenbrook 2 to 3 times a week, and the numbers of men with some physical impairment on their scooters and mopeds and walking frames and wheelchairs, it makes it very hard to be or accessing parts of the space without something in close proximity. So the addition of these trees within close proximity to the men's shed is not the ideal, but certainly brings into balance the mental health of some of our community with our environmental considerations.
Thank you. Speaker against the amendment, Councillor Catalano.
Actually, I dispute all of that. I dispute that these trees will in any way at all, equal the value of that rudis. And for a start, we'll never, ever, ever get to see any of them with a hollow. That's if they survive that long. And the rate we're going, the rate of development and knocking trees down to put in, supposed facilities that benefit people's mental health, when in fact part of mental health is actually the retention of our natural environment. Are these gentlemen going to get to see these seedlings grow? Probably not. Because, as I said, I've planted thousands of them and they are still only not even as high as this room. And they don't have hollows, and they won't have hollows for at least another 100 years. I mean, you've just got to face the fact that for men, if we're going to have mental health as an argument, then we have to retain the trees. We have to retain our environmental values. That is part of our mental health. And it's nothing, we can put in paths, we can put in, facilities so that these men can get to this particular shed that can be built in the area that Councillor Johnson was talking about, that's got the storage containers. I mean, what you mean? You mean to tell me that a shipping container takes precedence over a 150-year-old tree? Come on! We've gone beyond this point. The shipping containers belong in the car park. The tree stays there for everybody's mental health and for the rest of the environmental values, for the birds, for the insects, for the reptiles, and they have their building on that spot where the shipping containers are. I mean, what are we even arguing about this for? It's ridiculous. And then to turn around and say that 10 seedlings, are in some way going to be a measure for this tree that's gone is absolutely irrefutable, because for a start, I don't even believe that the right trees will be planted, because they never are, because you know what? There's only a few people that know what the right trees are in this area because they've taken the time to study it, and they're trying to tell you, you know what, retain this tree, be a good citizen of the planet and find an alternative for this men's shed, and everybody and everything wins.
I can't believe that we're even arguing about this at 10 o'clock at night. I really cannot.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Speaker for the amendment. Any other speakers for or against? Councillor Henderson.
Briefly, I'm against, Mr Mayor, only for the fact that the proposal is to plant 10 more trees. I'm not going to go through the drama we've just heard, other than to say that from time to time, some practical realities got to come into play. That's the fact, practical reality. We plant thousands of trees every year, thousands. And that's been happening for years and years and years, 30 or 40 that I can think of. So we're a long way towards that 100-year-plus old trees. Point is that you put 10 more trees in the locality, you may well make it difficult for future use of the land where there may be a few gaps. And that may be detrimental to the community. So I'm completely in favour of the original motion, and I think that the 10 plus trees or 10 trees is just going a step too far, which we offset very adequately elsewhere and have been doing for years and years. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Any other speakers for or against? Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I'm against this this amendment. The simple reason is, councillors, if you look at page 676, you can see the plan of the site, and it's fairly clear that it is possible to insert a shed of the proposed site on this site without removing any trees. So we don't need an amendment to say that no trees are removed, because it can be done. If you look at the proposed shed in grey, and you look at the those 4 green rectangles which are the shipping containers, it's quite clear that the proposed shed would fit approximately in that location. So, and the shipping containers could be individually removed elsewhere. So it's perfectly possible to achieve what Councillor Howlett is intending without removing any trees. So therefore we don't need the amendment. So please vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers for or against? Question, Councillor Kiley.
Through you to staff, when are the men's shed going to get their purpose-built facility at an alternative location? And is this seriously just a temporary measure anyway?
Mr Coaten.
There aren't any plans on the city's future works program for them. I believe you're probably talking about the community workshops that were being looked at. So there was a number of options that were looked at there, and the most recent being in the Midland Railway workshop area. I believe that's the one that you're talking about. And yeah, council resolved not to take that matter, not to progress with that matter. So there's no plans for a permanent facility for them. There's been a few options and discussions and things, but nothing's planned.
Any other speakers for or against the motion? Then before I ask Councillor Bowman to respond, I'll enter the debate. Councillor Congdon, if you can chair the meeting. I support the motion, councillors, and yes, I'm also saddened that 1 tree may be removed. I'm buoyed by the fact, and Councillor Catalano, I point out, that the trees to be replanted, if the motion is successful, are of the same variety. 10 flooded gum trees, which is the same as the rudest tree you're talking about. And the reason I support the motion is if you say the tree's 100 to 150 years old or older, it does have a finite lifetime. So perhaps in another 100 years it would have died anyhow. But if you're planting 10 new trees today, they'll live for the next 200, perhaps 250 years. So you're actually getting a better outcome. You're providing more trees to suck up that 22 kilos of carbon annually, so you're getting a better result there, and you're assisting the men's shed in their aspirations. I'm sure they have walked around that site, they've looked at it. If it was an easy issue just to remove the shipping containers to another site, but if you move them, then they may be in the 6 metres of another tree, and then they're in the same predicament. So I think this is a fair compromise, and I support it. So thank you. Councillor Bowman, you've got your right to reply. You've got 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I do believe it is a compromise. Not everyone's going to be happy with this. It is better than what some want, and it's not so good what others want. Just a little thing to be mindful of: if this motion or this amendment is not passed, it goes back to the standard motion, and that is for approval. If that is then lost, we cannot foreshadow another approval motion because we've already lost that item. So it's just a word of advice there.
Thank you, councillors. I'm now going to put the amendment that's on the whiteboard above me, and I'll just read it out. So the amendment reads: delete "no trees are removed" and insert 10 flooded gum trees in the vicinity. Plant 10 flooded gum trees in the vicinity of the site. Those in favour? I have Councillor Bowman, Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Congadin, myself, Councillor Parry and Councillor McCulloch. Is that 6 or 7? 6?
It's 6.
Can you just put your hands up again? I'll count you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The motion is lost. Thank you. The amendment is lost. So it takes us back to the motion before us, councillors. Yes, and is there any further debate on that item? Question, Councillor Bowman.
Mr Mayor, can we have advice from the Governance Manager? If this item motion is lost, can a foreshadow motion of the officer's recommendation, which is also to approve, be permitted?
Ms Albrecht, thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I don't believe so. I think if this motion is lost, then we'll have to move on to the next item.
And not deal with the officer's motion.
Yeah, we'll have to come back to council.
Thank you. Question, Councillor Bowman.
Mr Mayor, through you to the Manager of Governance, is there anything preventing another councillor moving another amendment which reduced the number of trees from 10 to something else?
I think that's not the issue, Councillor Bowman. So we've got a motion before us, Councillor. The motion moved by Councillor Howlett and seconded by Councillor Catalano. That's what we're about to vote on now. Question, Councillor Henderson.
I'm grasping at straws here, but would it be possible to rescind the motion that was just been dealt with and to change and to put another motion?
Sorry, rescind.
Rescind the motion that we just dealt with.
The amendment.
Yeah, the one that failed.
No, that's been dealt with, and we move on, Councillor.
I'm just looking for a rescission to be able to then deal with the main motion.
Sorry, and you're warned, or Councillor Bowman tried to give you that advice. So we're back to the motion before us on the board, moved by Councillor Howlett, seconded by Councillor Catalano. Is there any other speakers before I ask for Councillor Howlett for her right of reply? Being no other speakers, Councillor Howlett, you have 3 minutes for your right of reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. There is no doubt that the Midland Men's Shed enjoy the amenity of the wooded site. It's a wonderful site, and I'm sure it brings them great mental benefits from being there. And they might not know how much the community really do care about this particular tree or trees in general being removed. And now, after tonight and hearing the debate, this might really help them understand that, and it might create a way going forward that we can make this work. As Councillor Catalano mentioned, this tree has been placed at over 100 years of age using historical landgate imagery, and we celebrate that age in people in our community. We treat them with respect, we value them, we care about them, and I would like to see the same respect shown to our mature trees, as they form wonderful parts of our environment. And yes, they don't look as pretty as younger trees, but they're serving an incredible purpose. Moving the sea containers is an option. We know that's an option. I've discussed it with one of the men on site, and they've said, yeah, I guess we could consider that. I know it's an option. And, we can fly a rocket to the moon. We can make this work. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I'm now putting the motion before us. Councillors, those in favour? of Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Knight, Councillor Richardson. That is 5. The motion fails. We've dealt with that item, councillors, and I'll now be seeking a motion that we adjourn this meeting till 6 p.m. tomorrow night. Moved Councillor McCulloch, seconded Councillor Kiley. Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare this meeting adjourned at 10:20 p.m. Thank you, councillors.